Hey everyone, welcome back to Learning English Pro. My name is Jer, I'm your online tutor and guide. You're very welcome to my History Vocabulary English Masterclass. I have brought together 40 of my English lessons relating to history. Get ready to delve into the past and learn a tremendous amount of useful English vocabulary. I have broken down the lessons into a few different parts, all of which are timestamped on the video scroll. And in the video description, you will find the full list of lessons along with their respective timestamps if you wish to skip ahead. In part 1, we are visiting ancient worlds, from ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, and even a quick trip to the dinosaurs. In part 2, we will uncover some important academic historical subjects like political movements, colonization, and learn about the foundations of society with a beginner's guide to sociology. In part 3, you'll learn about the transformative ages of the medieval period, the Reformation, and the fascinating Renaissance. And after the Renaissance, we'll jump forward to the Victorian era. Here you'll learn all about Queen Victoria and the British Empire. And we'll explore some literary English with Bram Stoker's Dracula and Alice in Wonderland. In the next part, we are visiting our American cousins and learning all about the first colonists and key historical moments, along with political lessons on elections and profiles on famous American political figures. Moving on to modern history, and you'll soak up new language about warfare, invasions, and modern issues like climate change and heat waves. After all of that, you might be in the mood for something lighter. Don't worry, because in the final section of my History Vocabulary Masterclass, we'll explore fun topics like weddings, primates, and maybe some alien English, plus much more. And to top all of this off, I'm including my Geography Masterclass at the end of this video, a comprehensive lesson on the planet, giving you the tools to navigate academia like a pro. So if you're ready, let's jump to our first part, which is ancient worlds, and our first lesson, which is on the Bronze Age and related English vocabulary. Enjoy! Today we're embarking on a journey through time to explore one of the most captivating periods in history, the Bronze Age. It was a time of innovation, civilization, and monumental change. So if you're ready, let's begin. What exactly is the Bronze Age? The Bronze Age, which spanned from around 3300 BCE to 1200 BCE, is characterized by the widespread use of an alloy called bronze. Bronze is primarily composed of copper and tin, and it played a pivotal role in shaping the course of human history during this era. Let's delve deeper into our first key term, bronze. Bronze wasn't just a shiny metal, it was a game changer. Its durability and versatility made it the ideal material for crafting tools, weapons, and artistic masterpieces. This innovation truly revolutionized every aspect of life. This era witnessed the rise of magnificent societies, including the Mesopotamians, Egyptians, Indus Valley people, and Mycenaeans, to name but just a few. These civilizations thrived thanks to their mastery of bronze technology. The Bronze Age was a hotbed of innovation. During this time, the wheel and axle were invented, paving the way for the creation of chariots, transforming transportation. Farmers benefited from the invention of plows, which boosted agriculture. Writing systems such as cuneiform and hieroglyphs allowed for better record keeping and communication. Trade was vital during the Bronze Age, with trade routes playing a really important part. These routes connected distant regions, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. It was along these ancient highways that the seeds of globalization were sown. But as with many chapters in history, the Bronze Age also faced its twilight. The Bronze Age collapse refers to a period around 1200 BCE when numerous Bronze Age societies experienced societal upheaval. The reasons for this collapse remain a historical mystery, with theories ranging from natural disasters to invasions. While this era may have ended, its impact endures. The art of bronze casting continues to this day, with modern sculptures paying homage to the craftsmanship of our Bronze Age ancestors. The Bronze Age was a crucible of progress, marked by the invention of bronze, the rise of incredible civilizations, technological leaps, and the dawn of extensive trade networks. Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. In today's video, we're going to embark on an exciting journey through the fascinating era of the ancient Roman Empire. To fully grasp this pivotal period in history, it's crucial to familiarize ourselves with some key vocabulary terms. And all the terms covered in today's video are included in a word list in the description below, so make sure to check that out after the video. So without further ado, let's dive right into our lesson. Our first term is the Roman Republic. This was a form of government established in 509 BC, where citizens elected representatives to make decisions on their behalf. It marked the early phase of Rome's political evolution. Our second term is Pax Romana. This means Roman peace and refers to the long period of relative stability and minimal military conflict across the Roman Empire, lasting from 27 BC to 180 AD. Our next term is a famous monument, the Colosseum, also known as the Flavian Amphitheatre. This is a grand arena in Rome which was used for gladiatorial contests and public spectacles. It symbolized the grandeur and entertainment of the empire. Let's move right along to Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar was a prominent Roman general, statesman, and dictator who played a pivotal role in the demise of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire. A fascinating addition to our list is the aqueduct. An aqueduct was a sophisticated system of water channels and tunnels used to transport water from distant sources to cities and settlements, showcasing Roman engineering prowess. Our next term combines two different classes in the Roman society, patrician and plebeian. Patricians were the aristocratic class of ancient Rome, while plebeians were the common citizens. Struggles between these two groups led to significant social and political changes. Let's move on to our seventh term, which is Augustus. Augustus, formerly known as Octavian, was the first Roman emperor and a key figure in the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire. The Roman legion was a large military unit composed of Roman citizens and auxiliaries. It played a crucial role in expanding and maintaining Roman control across vast territories. Let's move on to the Forum. The Roman Forum was the heart of political, commercial, and social activity in ancient Rome. It served as a bustling marketplace and a center of civic life. Gladiators were trained combatants who fought in the Colosseum and other arenas for entertainment. Their battles were a blend of skill, strategy, and spectacle. Let's move on to Roman law. This was a comprehensive legal system that laid the foundation for modern legal principles. It emphasized concepts such as equality before the law and the protection of individual rights. Our final term is Hadrian's Wall. This was a defensive fortification in northern England, built by the Emperor Hadrian to mark the northern boundary of the Roman Empire in Britain. And there you have it, our whirlwind tour of the ancient Roman Empire's essential vocabulary terms. By understanding these concepts, you're well on your way to unraveling the complexities of this incredible civilization. Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson where we will take a look at ancient Egypt. You're watching Learning English Pro and my name is Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. In this lesson, we will be taking a look at the top 10 English words relating to ancient Egypt. I'll also include their definitions and some additional information. If you're ready to learn some basic vocabulary, now it's time to sit back, relax and repeat after me. Our first word is pyramid. Repeat after me. Pyramid. The most famous pyramids are the pyramids of Giza. These can be found at the Giza necropolis. They were completed around 2560 BC and are comprised of 2.5 million stone blocks. Located right beside the pyramids of Giza is our next word and monument, the Sphinx. This word can be tricky to pronounce. You have an S sound, then an F sound. Sphinx. The Sphinx is a mythical creature with the body of a lion and the head of a human, the pharaoh Khafre. And pharaoh is our next word in our top 10 list. Again, we have the PH, which gives us the F sound. And at the end, we have a silent H. Pharaoh. Definition of pharaoh is a ruler or monarch in Egypt. 3 notable pharaohs you may come across in your studies are Hatshepsut, Tutankhamun, and Cleopatra. Tutankhamun is very important and we'll come back to him in a moment, but let's move on to our fourth word. Tomb. Repeat after me. Tomb. The B here is silent. Let's take a look at the definition of a tomb. A tomb is a cave, an excavation, or a chamber used for the burial of the dead. Okay, let's go back to our pharaoh Tutankhamun. His tomb was discovered in 1922. The discovery of his tomb was really famous because of the many treasures which were found inside it. One of the most impressive treasures found in Tutankhamun's tomb was his sarcophagus. Let's try that word one more time. Sarcophagus. Sarcophagus. And the definition is a stone coffin typically adorned with a sculpture or inscription and associated with the ancient civilizations of Egypt, Rome and Greece. So we found our sarcophagus inside our tomb. What is inside the sarcophagus? Well, of course, it's a mummy. Repeat after me. Mummy. A mummy is a dead human or an animal whose body has been preserved after death. And that brings us to our seventh word, which is embalming. Now, what is embalming? Embalming is the art and science of preserving human remains by treating them to slow down decomposition. So how do you embalm a body? The ancient Egyptians embalmed bodies by removing organs, ridding the body of moisture, and covering the body with natron, a type of natural salt. Ancient Egyptian culture developed embalming to the greatest extent, along with extensive rituals involved with death. Also found in many tombs are hieroglyphics. Repeat after me. Hieroglyphics. Let's take a look at the definition. It is a writing system based on stylized pictures of objects representing words, syllables or sound. Let's move on to our ninth word, which has a connection to hieroglyphics. Papyrus. Repeat after me. Papyrus. Let's take a look at the definition. Papyrus is a material similar to thick paper that was used in ancient times as a writing surface. Papyrus is first known to have been used by the ancient Egyptians, as the papyrus plant was once abundant across the Nile Delta. Okay, let's move on to our final word, which is obelisk. Repeat after me. Obelisk. For Egyptians, the obelisk was a monument that commemorated the dead, represented their kings, and honoured their gods. And can you believe it, that brings us to the end of this video lesson. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate your support. Hi everyone, in today's lesson we will be covering dinosaurs and related English vocabulary. This video is a special request from a subscriber, UmuBot Storytime, and her son, so if you have a request for a video topic, make sure to leave a comment. Let's jump straight into our lesson with our first word, reptile. All dinosaurs are reptiles. And dinosaurs share common ancestors with all the reptiles that we have on the planet today. They are all part of a natural group of animals called Dinosauria. Dinosaurs first emerged in the Triassic period. This was about 243 to 233 million years ago. One of the earliest known dinosaurs is the Eoraptor. This dinosaur was quite small and a little bit bigger than a chicken. Dinosaurs soon became the dominant terrestrial vertebrates on the planet. This means that they were at the top of the food chain. These dinosaurs that walked on the earth are best known as non-avian dinosaurs, and they survived until a time period known as the Cretaceous period. This was about 66 million years ago. At this time, an asteroid impact occurred on Earth. This was really bad news for the planet and even worse for the animals who lived during this time. This event is thought to be the main reason for the extinction of the dinosaurs. We would say in English that this is how the dinosaurs went extinct. However, not all dinosaurs went extinct. Did you know that birds are an ancestor of dinosaurs? In fact, in English, scientifically, they can be referred to as avian dinosaurs or flying dinosaurs. So dinosaurs are still very much alive today. Modern birds are descended from dinosaurs such as the raptor. In the time of the dinosaurs, flying beasts were known as pterosaurs. These huge flying beasts were the masters of the skies during the time of the dinosaurs. However, they aren't related to modern birds. And it's now commonly accepted that lots of dinosaurs had feathers. Living at the same time as the dinosaurs were huge sea creatures. Although they share many similarities with dinosaurs, they are actually classed as nothosaurs. And one of the earliest types of nothosaurs was the plesiosaur, which first appeared around 203 million years ago. All this fascinating data and information on dinosaurs is collected by a person called a paleontologist. They study ancient life, from dinosaurs to plants to fungi and even ancient microbes. And with dinosaurs, they have discovered almost 1,000 different species. When they work outside, the location of their work is called a dig site. This is where they perform an excavation. This is where they find the remains of dinosaurs, which are known as fossils. Fossils are the preserved remains of ancient organisms. And paleontologists have found thousands of fossilized remains of dinosaurs. One of the earliest paleontologists was Sir Richard Owen, who coined the phrase of dinosaur in 1841. The word dinosaur means terrible lizard in Greek. Sir Richard Owen was involved in one of the first classifications of dinosaur, the Iguanodon. They lived about 126 to 122 million years ago. They were large, bulky creatures which weighed over 3 tons. Because of the work of paleontologists, dinosaur remains are on display in museums around the world. And they are a big part of popular culture. There doesn't seem to be a year that goes by without some type of dinosaur appearing in a Hollywood movie. Most famous of all is the Jurassic Park movie franchise. And it's possible to go to a theme park and ride the Jurassic Park roller coaster. Probably the most famous dinosaur that everyone knows is Tyrannosaurus rex, or T-Rex for short. Tyrannosaurus rex lived throughout what is now known as Western North America. Fossils found of the T-Rex are dated from between 68 to 66 million years ago. Another well-known dinosaur is the Velociraptor, and on screen I'm going to show you how scientists think it might have looked with feathers. The difference in how they are presented to us is quite interesting. The Velociraptor is also shown in lots of movies, but again, it's more likely that you're going to see it without its feathers. Like many dinosaurs, the Velociraptor was a carnivore, an animal which only eats meat. But there were dinosaurs who only ate plant life. They are called herbivores. And what about those animals who eat both meat and plant life? We know them as an omnivore. Dinosaurus was a dinosaur which lived about 70 million years ago, and it was an omnivore. It hunted prey and ate plant life. If you're new to my channel, Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. I hope you're enjoying the lesson. My name is Jer and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to get all my videos. Our next group of dinosaurs is called the sauropods, and they are the largest living creatures ever to have walked the earth. In popular culture, there are three well-known species, including Brontosaurus, which means a thunder lizard in Greek. There is also Brachiosaurus, which was estimated to be about 21 meters high. Another sauropod is Diplodocus, which lived about 154 million years ago. And these are the longest known of the dinosaurs, with a length of up to 27 meters. Our next dinosaur is the largest of all known terrestrial carnivores, Spinosaurus. They lived in the Cretaceous period, and they were longer and heavier than the famous Tyrannosaurus rex. Another well-known dinosaur in popular culture is Stegosaurus, which means roof lizard. They were categorized by their distinctive kite-like upright plates along their backs and spikes on their tails. These large herbivore creatures lived about 155 to 145 million years ago. We also have Triceratops. Triceratops were one of the last living known dinosaurs, and their name in Greek means three-horned face. And Triceratops brings us to the end of this English lesson on dinosaurs. Hey everyone, you are very welcome to my latest English vocabulary lesson. This is going to be a really interesting lesson on castles, where you will learn tons of unusual English words and terminology relating to the structure, buildings and rooms associated with medieval castles. You're very welcome to my channel, Learning English Pro. If you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English together. Let's start off with a definition of the word castle. A castle is a large building, typically of the medieval period, fortified against attack, and usually inhabited by the nobility, royalty, or military orders. Castles were mainly built in the medieval period, and this period lasted from about 400 AD to 1400 AD. And castles served a range of purposes, the most important of which were military, administrative, and domestic. Castles became less popular for defense when heavy artillery and bombs were developed for warfare. Synonyms for castle include fortress, fort, stronghold, fortification, and citadel. These words and all the words in today's video are covered in the word list in the description below. Make sure to check it out. The first word we will look at is moat. This is a deep, wide trench surrounding a castle, fort, or town, typically filled with water and intended as a defense against attack. Up next we have drawbridge. A drawbridge is a type of movable bridge, typically at the entrance to a castle surrounded by a moat. And drawbridges are still in use today, the most famous of which is the Tower Bridge in London. Our next word is portcullis, and this is a heavy vertically closing gate typically found in medieval fortifications. Okay, are you ready to move on to the next word? Our next word is barbican. This word describes the outer defence of a castle, especially a double tower above a gate or drawbridge. And this would be attached to the curtain wall. This is the outer defensive wall of a castle. At the top of the curtain wall, we have the battlement. A battlement is a parapet at the top of a castle wall, which has regularly spaced square openings for shooting through. A parapet is a low protective wall along the edge of a roof, bridge or balcony. And we even have a word to describe these square openings at the top of the wall. These are crenelles, and these are described as the regularly spaced square openings on a battlement for shooting through. In the castle wall, you can also find an arrow slit. This is a narrow vertical opening in a castle wall through which an archer can launch arrows or a crossbowman can launch bolts. Along the castle wall, you will also see many towers. Towers that continue along the wall are called flanking towers. Some towers have special functions. A watchtower is a tower built to create an elevated observation point. A feature you may see on a tower or a castle wall is a turret. A turret is a small tower that projects vertically from the wall of a building, such as a medieval castle. Okay, let's move on and take a look at the areas you can find inside the castle. The area indicated by the arrow on screen is called the lower bailey or outer bailey, or it can be called the outer ward. The description is the defended outer enclosure of a castle. Let's take a look at a floor plan of this castle, and here you can see the outer bailey. And moving inwards, we have the main bailey, or inner bailey, or central bailey. These terms are interchangeable, but if you're writing an essay or a short story, I would pick one and stick with it. And the definition, by the way, is the inner defensive area of a castle where the most important buildings are located. So what are these important buildings? The first one we'll look at is the keep. This can also be called the donjon. This is defined as the strongest and most secure part of a medieval castle. It's like the main building of the castle. Located in or near the keep is the Great Hall. The Great Hall was the architectural centerpiece of a medieval castle's interior and functioned as the social and administrative hub of the castle. Another important room is the throne room. This is an elaborate room or hall, which is the location of the throne of a senior figure, like a monarch, which is usually raised, often with steps, and under a canopy. Also found in castles are stables. These are a building set apart and adapted for keeping horses. And of course, like any other house, we find kitchens for food preparation. Religion was really important in medieval times, and in most castles you will find a chapel. A chapel is defined as a small building or room used for Christian worship in a school, prison, hospital, or large private house like a castle. Our last word in our castle vocabulary is a place you don't want to go, the dungeon. A dungeon is a room or cell in which prisoners are held, and in castles they are usually underground. It's time to move on and take a look at some real castles. I'm from Ireland and I'm going to show you some of my favourite Irish castles. The first castle we will look at is really beautiful. It's called the Rock of Cashel and it's found in the county of Tipperary. It was the seat of power for the King of Munster, a province in Ireland, and it was once visited by St. Patrick. Next up, we're going to my home city of Dublin, to Drimna Castle. Now this castle is very special for a few different reasons. The main one being that it still has a moat that is operational. It is a very impressive sight to see, and I should know because I went to school there. My secondary school was built on the same grounds as the castle, and I could visit it every day and feed the ducks in the moat. Our next Irish castle is very famous for any tourist ever visiting Cork. It's called Blarney Castle. And at the Blarney Castle, you can kiss the Blarney Stone, which is located at the very top of the castle and involves suspending yourself many feet above the ground. So if you're brave, give it a go. Next up, we have Trim Castle, which is located in Meath. And this is probably one of the most beautiful castles I've ever seen. It was built during the reign of King Henry II in the 12th century. And if you're ever passing by, I would really advise a visit. The town and the castle are really, really beautiful. Our next castle has quite a difficult name to pronounce. Clonachaneen Castle, and this is found in Galway in Ireland. This castle has great memories for me because it's where my sister got married to her husband Gearóid a few years ago. We had a fantastic day here. And because Ireland has so many castles, big and small, they are commonly used as wedding venues. And our final Irish castle is Dublin Castle, located in the capital city. This is one of the most important buildings in Irish history. For 700 years, it was the seat of British power in Ireland. It contains many different fascinating buildings built over the centuries. And if you're ever in Dublin, it's really easy to visit and I'd highly recommend it. And can you believe that brings us to the end of this lesson? Hello there, history enthusiasts. Welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're diving into the captivating world of history and equipping you with the power-packed vocabulary word list that will enhance your understanding of this fascinating subject. Remember, you can find the complete word list and their definitions in the video description below. So let's embark on this exciting linguistic journey through time. Our first term is civilization. There is a slight difference in spelling between American and British English, and you can see that on screen. Civilization means a complex and advanced society characterized by organized social, economic, and cultural development. Civilization. Our second term is archaeology. This is the study of past human societies through the analysis of artifacts, structures, and other physical remains. Archaeology. A revolution is a sudden, significant change in a country's political, social, or economic structure, often involving widespread public participation. Revolution. The Renaissance was a period of artistic, cultural, and intellectual revival that emerged in Europe during the 14th to the 17th centuries. Renaissance. Let's move on to imperialism. Imperialism is the policy of extending a country's power and influence through colonization, diplomacy, or military force. Imperialism. The Enlightenment was an intellectual movement emphasizing reason, science, and individual rights that swept across Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries. Enlightenment. The term industrialization means the shift from agrarian-based economies to ones driven by mechanized production, leading to urbanization and technological advancements. Industrialization. A dynasty is a sequence of rulers from the same family, typically passing down power through generations. Dynasty. And the term monarchy means a form of government where a single individual, often a king or queen, holds supreme authority over a country. Monarchy. Let's move on to colonization. This is the process of establishing settlements in new territories to exert political and economic control. Colonization. Our next term is nationalism. This is a strong loyalty and devotion to one's nation, often leading to aspirations of self-governance and independence. Nationalism. Let's move on to fascism. This is a far-right authoritarian ideology emphasizing dictatorial power, extreme nationalism, and suppression of individual freedoms. Fascism. The Cold War was an ideological, political, and military rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, without direct armed conflict. Cold War. And there you have it, folks, my history vocabulary word list that's sure to elevate your understanding of the past and enrich your historical discussions. In this lesson, we'll be taking a look at vocabulary relating to colonization. Understanding these essential words is crucial for anyone studying the history of colonization and its impact on the world. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel Learning English Pro, make sure to hit the subscribe button and drop a like on this video. And let's begin with the basic definition of colonization and related terms. Colonization is the process in which a country or group of people establish control over a territory outside their borders, often exploiting its resources and influencing its culture. Our next two words are colonizer and colony. A colonizer is a country or group that undertakes the act of colonization. And a colony is the territory or region that has been colonized and is under the control of the colonizer. Now let's discuss the broader concepts related to colonization. Colonialism is the practice of maintaining colonies and exerting economic, political, and cultural control over them. Imperialism is a policy of extending a nation's authority through colonization or military force to establish dominance over other countries or regions. Colonization has had significant effects on both the colonizers and the colonized. Here are some essential terms to understand its impact. Exploitation. The act of using resources or people for the benefit of the colonizer without fair compensation. Slavery is a condition in which one human being is owned by another. A slave was considered by law as property and was deprived of most of the rights ordinarily held by free persons. Our next term is decolonization. This is the process of undoing colonization, often through the regaining of independence by the colonized territory. Colonization has left a lasting legacy. Let's explore some terms related to this aspect. Cultural assimilation. The process in which the culture of the colonized territory becomes more like that of the colonizer, often leading to the loss of indigenous traditions. Indigenous people are the native inhabitants of a region who have lived there for generations before the arrival of colonizers. Throughout history, there have been instances of resistance against colonization. Here are two key terms. Rebellion. This is an organized and often armed resistance against the colonizers and their rule. Next, we have independence, the state of being free from the control and influence of the colonizer, with the ability to govern oneself. And there you have it, essential words to understand the topic of colonization. Learning about colonization is crucial for comprehending the historical context and its far-reaching consequences. If you found this lesson helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Learning English Pro for more enlightening content. Hello everyone, welcome back to Learning English Pro. I'm Jer, your online tutor and guide. Today we're delving into the world of politics, exploring 15 key political movements, including some that are less mainstream. By the end of this video, you'll have a solid understanding of these movements. Our first term is communism. Communism is a political and economic ideology that advocates for a classless society where the means of production are collectively owned. It envisions a stateless and egalitarian system where wealth and resources are shared equally among all members of society. Next up, we have fascism. Fascism is an authoritarian political ideology. It is characterized by dictatorial power, extreme nationalism, and suppression of individual freedoms. It often promotes a single-party state and places a strong emphasis on the supremacy of the nation and its leader. Moving on to populism. Populism is a political approach that claims to represent the interests of the common people against a perceived elite or establishment. Populist leaders often use rhetoric that appeals to the general public and can be found in various political ideologies. Now let's discuss socialism. Socialism advocates for the collective ownership of key industries and a more equitable distribution of wealth. While not as radical as communism, it aims to create a fairer society through government intervention and social programs. Anarchism is our next term, and it is a political philosophy that opposes all forms of hierarchical authority, including government. Anarchists advocate for a stateless society where individuals are free to govern themselves without external control. Now, nationalism. Nationalism is a belief in the importance and unity of one's own nation. It can manifest as a strong sense of patriotism or as a political movement seeking to assert and protect the interests of a specific nation. Moving on to environmentalism. This is a political and social movement that advocates for the protection and preservation of the natural environment. It addresses issues like climate change, pollution, and conservation. Next, libertarianism. Libertarianism is a political philosophy that prioritizes individual freedom and minimal government intervention. It advocates for limited government and maximum personal liberty. Authoritarianism is a political system characterized by a concentration of power in a single authority or a small group. It often restricts individual freedoms and suppresses political opposition. Our next term is liberalism. Liberalism is a political ideology that emphasizes individual rights, democracy, and free market capitalism. It seeks to balance individual freedom with government intervention to promote social equality. Moving on to conservatism. Conservatism is a political philosophy that values tradition, order, and the preservation of established institutions. It often emphasizes limited government and moral values. Religion is usually a key factor in conservative movements. Next up, feminism. Feminism is a social and political movement advocating for gender equality and women's rights. It addresses issues such as equal pay, reproductive rights, and the elimination of gender-based discrimination. Next, secularism. Secularism is a political and philosophical stance that advocates for the separation of religion from government. It promotes a state that is neutral in religious matters and respects the freedoms of individuals to practice their own beliefs. Our next term is indigenous rights movements. These movements aim to address historical injustice and advocate for the rights and self-determination of indigenous peoples. They often focus on land rights, cultural preservation, and social equality. Let's finish up on something more unusual, a technocracy. Technocracy is a political ideology that suggests that decision-making in society should be based on the expertise and knowledge of technical and scientific professionals. It proposes a more rational and efficient approach to governance. And there you have it, our word list on key political movements. Understanding these terms is essential for navigating the complex world of politics. So in this video, you will learn lots of words related to sociology, and we'll bring you some profiles on some famous sociologists. For our first word, we have sociology. Repeat after me. Sociology. Sociology is the study of the development, structure, and functioning of human society. Our first sociologist we will look at is Auguste Comte, who is said to have defined the science of sociology. He was interested in positivism and was influenced by the French Revolution, industrialization, and the secularization of society. Our next sociologist is Karl Marx. It is said that Marx rejected Comtean positivism, and he is recognized as a founder of sociology. He wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848 with Friedrich Engels, and this focused on class struggle, conflicts of capitalism, and the capitalist mode of production. The third sociologist we will look at is Emile Durkheim. Durkheim wrote The Division of Labour in Society, and he is said to have refined positivism. He published his famous study on suicide in 1897 and is said to have pioneered modern social research. He also established the sociological journal L'Année Sociologique. Our last sociologist is Max Weber. Weber was interested in the sociology of religion and published The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, as well as publications such as The Religion of China and The Religion of India. Now it's time to have a more in-depth look at some of these words we've just heard. The first is one I find difficult to pronounce: positivism. Repeat after me. Positivism. One more time. Positivism. This is defined as a philosophical system recognizing only that which can be scientifically verified or which is capable of logical or mathematical proof, and therefore rejecting metaphysics and theism. Next up we have the French Revolution. Repeat after me. The French Revolution. The French Revolution was an important moment in human history and was a period of far-reaching social and political upheaval in France and its colonies beginning in 1789. Another word which is important to human development is industrialization. Repeat after me. Industrialization. This is defined as: industrialization is the period of social and economic change that transforms a human group from a gregarian society into an industrial society, involving the extensive reorganization of an economy for the purpose of manufacturing. Our next word is secularization. Repeat after me. Secularization. Secularization is the transformation of a society from close identification with religious values and institutions towards non-religious values and secular institutions. Functionalism. Repeat after me. Functionalism. Functionalism is a framework for building theory that sees society as a complex system whose parts work together to promote solidarity and stability. Up next, we have communism. Repeat after me. Communism. Communism is a theory or system of social organization in which all property is owned by the community and each person contributes and receives according to their ability and needs. A supporter of communism is called a communist. Repeat after me. Communist. The next word we will look at is capitalism. Repeat after me. Capitalism. Capitalism is defined as an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit, rather than by the state. Someone who supports or engages in capitalism is called a capitalist. Repeat after me. Capitalist. Next up we have a word which is usually associated with Karl Marx and his Communist Manifesto. Bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie. This word originates from the French language and is defined as the middle class, typically with reference to its perceived materialistic values or conventional attitudes. Our next word is labour. Labour. The definition is simply work, especially physical work. And this word is part of a phrase related to Durkheim. Division of labour. Division of labour. And this is defined as the assignment of different parts of a manufacturing process or tasks to different people in order to improve efficiency. Another word associated with Durkheim is suicide. Repeat after me. Suicide. The definition of suicide is the act of intentionally causing one's own death. And now we have arrived at our final word for this English lesson. Religion. Repeat after me. Religion. Religion is defined as the belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. That brings us to the end of our video. Thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate your support. The medieval era, often called the Middle Ages or the Dark Ages, began around 476 AD, following a great loss of power throughout Europe by the Roman Emperor. The Middle Ages span roughly 1,000 years, ending between 1400 and 1450. Our quest for knowledge begins in the early Middle Ages. To understand this era, we need to grasp some vital terms. The feudal system was a social, economic, and political structure that dominated the medieval period from around the 9th century to the 15th century. At its core, feudalism was based on a hierarchical arrangement of relationships, where land and resources were exchanged for loyalty and protection. Lords who held large estates or manors granted land or fiefs to vassals in exchange for military service and other forms of support. Vassals in turn pledged allegiance to their lords, forming a web of obligations and dependencies. The lowest rung on this system consisted of serfs. These were people who worked the land and provided labour in exchange for the lord's protection and a place to live. This intricate nature of relationships formed the backbone of medieval society, shaping not only the distribution of power and resources, but also influencing cultural, economic, and political dynamics throughout the era. And now, let's dive into the world of kings and their kingdoms, where their struggles for power dominated the history of the medieval period. At the heart of many medieval societies was the monarchy. Kings wielded significant authority, serving as rulers, protectors, and often religious figures. The medieval court was the epicenter of power, intrigue, and culture in the Middle Ages, and it served as the residence and administrative center of the ruler, whether king, queen, or noble. And it was a place where important decisions were made, where alliances were forged, and a place where entertainment was enjoyed. The court was not only a political hub, but also a cultural one, where art, music, and literature and etiquette thrived. Nobles and dignitaries gathered at court to gain favour, seek patronage, and participate in lavish ceremonies and festivals. The courtiers, these were individuals who surrounded the ruler, competed for influence and recognition, often engaging in complex social games to secure their positions. It sounds a bit like Game of Thrones. Courts were known for their intricate protocols and hierarchies, with each position and role carefully defined. As a reflection of the society's ideals and aspirations, the medieval court provided a window into the dynamics of power and refinement that characterized the era. And now let's take a look at the Crusades. These were a series of military campaigns to reclaim the Holy Land, which produced what we now know as Crusader kings. They took place over several centuries, primarily during the High and Late Middle Ages. These campaigns were initiated by European Christians with the goal of reclaiming the Holy Land, especially Jerusalem, from Muslim control. The Crusades were motivated by religious fervor, the desire for adventure, and political ambitions. The First Crusade launched in 1096, and it resulted in the capture of Jerusalem by Christian forces, establishing several Crusader states in the Levant. However, subsequent crusades faced varying degrees of success and challenges, including clashes with local powers and internal conflicts among the crusaders themselves. The Crusaders had a profound impact on the societies involved, fostering cultural exchange between East and West, introducing new ideas and technologies, and shaping the dynamics of trade and diplomacy. Continuing our journey, we arrive at the High Middle Ages, an era of burgeoning culture and growth. Let's explore some more essential terms. Chivalry was a code of conduct followed by knights. It emphasized virtues like courage, loyalty, and honor, shaping their behavior both on and off the battlefield. The High Middle Ages saw the rise of grand feasting and elaborate festivals, often hosted by nobles. These feasts and festivals were not just important for celebration, they were really important for social bonding and for displays of power. One really interesting one is the Feast of Fools. This festival is really interesting and offers us a unique glimpse into the vibrant cultural tapestry of the era. And it used to happen on around January the 1st. And this festival was marked by a temporary reversal of social norms. Lower clergy and subordinates playfully assumed the roles of higher-ranking officials, engaging in a delightful charade that blended religious observance with irreverent revelry. Church services took a weird twist, with comic readings, humorous interpretations of scripture, and lively chants that elicited both laughter and reflection. As the barriers between the sacred and the profane momentarily dissolved, participants reveled in feasting, dancing, and merrymaking. While this whimsical festival was criticized by the Church, it left an indelible mark on the culture and history of the medieval period. It showcased the interplay between tradition, authority, and the human spirit's yearning for expression. A few more terms that we need to know about this period of the medieval include the word guilds. These were organizations that brought together skilled artisans and merchants in medieval towns. They regulated trade, maintained quality standards, and provided a sense of community. In 1215, King John of England was forced to sign the Magna Carta, a historic document that limited the monarch's powers and established certain rights for the nobility. It laid the groundwork for constitutional principles. A really interesting feature of this period is Gothic architecture. The High Middle Ages witnessed the rise of this style. It's characterized by soaring cathedrals with pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses. These structures showcase both religious devotion and advancements in engineering. As our journey nears its end, we explore the late Middle Ages, a time of trouble and transformation, with one very troublesome event being the Black Death. The Black Death, also known as bubonic plague, was a devastating pandemic that swept through Europe and other parts of the world in the 14th century. Caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, the plague spread rapidly through fleas that infested rats, which were common in urban areas. The disease had catastrophic consequences, wiping out a significant portion of the population, with estimates running between 75 to 200 million people. All of this causing unprecedented social, economic, and cultural upheaval. Another important event was the 100 Years' War. This was a series of conflicts waged between the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of France from the 14th to the 15th century. This is a pivotal chapter in medieval history, and despite its name, the war spanned approximately 116 years and was marked by a series of battles, sieges, and diplomatic maneuvers. Rooted in territorial disputes and dynastic claims, the war witnessed significant developments in military tactics and technology, including the use of longbows by English archers. The war's most iconic figure is Joan of Arc, a young peasant girl who played a crucial role in rallying French forces and turning the tide in favour of France. The 100 Years' War had far-reaching consequences, including changes in the nature of warfare and the strengthening of national identities of both Britain and France, and the eventual decline of feudal knights as the primary military force. The Renaissance was a cultural and intellectual movement that followed the Middle Ages. It celebrated humanism, art, and learning, leading to a revival of classical ideas and the birth of the modern world. And there you have it, a captivating look at the history of the medieval period. By understanding all the crucial terms covered in today's lesson, you'll have a really good grasp of understanding the entire history. And welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're delving into a transformative period in history, the Reformation. This era, which unfolded from the early 16th to 17th century, reshaped the religious, political and cultural landscape of Europe. So grab your parchment and quill because we're about to embark on a journey through time. Our story begins in the late Middle Ages, a time when the Catholic Church wielded immense power. This institution was the centre of spiritual life in Europe, with the Pope as its figurehead. Enter Martin Luther, a German monk. In 1517, he famously nailed his 95 Theses to the door of the Wittenberg Castle Church. This was a call for reform within the church, highlighting issues like indulgences. Indulgences were a controversial practice within the Catholic Church during the Middle Ages. Essentially, they were certificates issued by the Church that claimed to reduce a person's life in purgatory, a place Catholics believed souls went for purification before entering heaven. The problem that figures like Martin Luther had with indulgences stemmed from several key issues. First, many saw them as a form of spiritual bribery, where individuals could essentially buy their way into heaven or absolve their sins with monetary donations. Secondly, the sale of indulgences was often used to fund extravagant projects, including the construction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, which raised questions about the Church's priorities. Lastly, Martin Luther and other reformers argued that salvation should be based on faith and divine grace, not on financial transactions, leading to one of the central tenets of the Protestant Reformation: justice by faith alone. Luther's actions ignited the Protestant Reformation. It led to the creation of various Protestant denominations, like Lutheranism and Calvinism, challenging the Catholic Church's authority. As religious tensions flared, Europe plunged into a series of conflicts. The 30 Years' War, for instance, devastated parts of Europe and reshaped political alliances. This war was a devastating conflict that raged across Europe from 1618 to 1648. It began as a religious conflict between Catholic and Protestant states within the Holy Roman Empire, but eventually evolved into a complex power struggle involving many European nations. The war brought widespread destruction, famine, and suffering to the continent, with its impacts felt for generations. It ended the Treaty of Westphalia, which not only marked the conclusion of the war, but also established the principles of state sovereignty and religious tolerance, laying the foundation for modern international relations. In response to the Reformation, the Catholic Church initiated the Counter-Reformation. This movement aimed to reaffirm Catholic doctrine and address internal issues. The Counter-Reformation, also known as the Catholic Reformation, was a vital response by the Catholic Church to the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century. It aimed to address the challenges posed by Protestantism and to revitalize Catholicism. The Council of Trent, a significant event in the Counter-Reformation, clarified Catholic doctrine and practices while addressing some of the criticisms raised by reformers like Martin Luther. The Counter-Reformation also witnessed the founding of new religious orders, such as the Jesuits, dedicated to spreading Catholicism globally. The Counter-Reformation also saw the continuation and intensification of the Inquisition, a system of courts aimed at identifying and suppressing heresy within the Catholic Church. The Spanish Inquisition in particular became infamous for aggressive methods, including torture and public executions, to root out perceived threats to Catholic orthodoxy. While the Inquisition was originally created in the late Middle Ages, its activities gained momentum during the Counter-Reformation as a means to combat the spread of the Protestant religion and maintain religious conformity. While it was controversial and often brutal, the Inquisition was viewed by the Catholic Church as a necessary tool for preserving its authority and the purity of its doctrine during a time of religious and social upheaval. Overall, the Counter-Reformation played a crucial role in reshaping the Catholic Church and preserving its influence during a time of religious upheaval. The Reformation also had a huge impact on culture and society. The Renaissance was marked by artistic and intellectual flourishing, driven by new ideas and perspectives. The legacy of the Reformation lives on to this day. It laid the groundwork for religious diversity, freedom of thought, and the modern concept of individualism. And there you have it, a whirlwind journey through the age of Reformation. This era of religious upheaval and social change left an indelible mark on history, shaping the world as we know it. Hello everyone and welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're embarking on a fascinating journey through history as we delve into the Renaissance, a period of profound transformation and rebirth. Join me as we summarize and uncover the essence of this remarkable era, exploring key concepts and terminology as well as figures that have left an indelible mark on the course of human history. The Renaissance, deriving from the French word rebirth, was a seismic shift from the medieval world to the modern one. It marked the awakening of human curiosity and creativity after centuries of stagnation. The Renaissance was characterized by a fervent desire to rediscover classical art, literature, and ideas, and to reimagine them in the context of the evolving world. The Renaissance is commonly believed to have originated in Italy, particularly in the city-states of Florence, Milan, and Venice. These Italian city-states were centers of trade, commerce, and cultural exchange, which facilitated the flourishing of art, learning, and new ideas. The Renaissance is often associated with the 14th to the 17th centuries, and its beginnings can be traced back to the late Middle Ages. The city of Florence in particular is considered a birthplace of the Renaissance. Its wealthy patrons, like the Medici family, supported artists, scholars, and thinkers, fostering an environment of innovation and creativity. The revival of classical art and literature, as well as the exploration of humanism, gained traction in these Italian city-states during this period. In this era of artistic and intellectual flourishing, the Renaissance brought forth some of history's most iconic figures. Visionaries like Leonardo da Vinci, whose Mona Lisa and Vitruvian Man still captivate us today. Michelangelo's awe-inspiring sculptures and masterpieces, such as the Sistine Chapel ceiling, stand as testaments to human potential. Petrarch, the father of humanism, ignited a passion for learning and literature that fueled the Renaissance fire. Humanism is a philosophical and intellectual movement that emphasizes the intrinsic value and dignity of human beings, as well as their capacity for reason, creativity, and the potential for personal growth. It places a strong emphasis on individualism, critical thinking, and the pursuit of knowledge and education. The rise of education, fueled by humanist ideals, led to an explosion of knowledge. The revolutionary invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg allowed the dissemination of ideas on an unprecedented scale, democratizing information and empowering the masses. Books and written materials became more affordable and accessible to a wider range of people, not just the elite or clergy. This led to a greater dissemination of ideas, fostering intellectual growth and a more educated society. The printing press was instrumental in the spread of religious ideas during the Reformation. Martin Luther's 95 Theses, which critiqued certain practices of the Catholic Church, were printed out and distributed widely, sparking a movement that led to the establishment of the Protestant religion. The Renaissance was not confined to artistic and religious endeavors alone. It extended into the realm of science. Astronomers like Nicholas Copernicus dared to challenge the Earth-centered or geocentric model of the universe, while Galileo Galilei's telescopic observations shattered prevailing notions. Johannes Kepler's laws of planetary motion provided a new framework for understanding the cosmos, ushering in a scientific revolution that would shape our understanding of reality. The term empirical is quite important when we think about scientists in the Renaissance. During this time, thinkers and scientists alike began to prioritize empirical observation and experimentation over reliance solely on established authorities or philosophical speculation. Empirical methods involve gathering data, making observations, and conducting experiments to develop theories and explanations that are grounded in concrete evidence. This shift was a direct response to the renewed interest in exploring the natural world and seeking knowledge through direct interaction with it. The Renaissance spirit also propelled explorers beyond known horizons. Christopher Columbus, driven by curiosity and desire for discovery, embarked on his iconic voyages that reshaped our understanding of the world's geography. Vasco da Gama's navigation prowess opened maritime routes to new lands, connecting civilizations and cultures across oceans. The Renaissance also saw the rise of colonization. The transatlantic slave route, driven by European powers like Portugal, Spain, England, France, and the Netherlands, began in the Renaissance in the 16th century and persisted until the 19th century. It involved forcibly capturing Africans from various regions, subjecting them to brutal conditions during the oceanic journey, and then selling them as property in the Americas to provide labour for newly established colonies. The Renaissance played a role in shaping the cultural context, leading to ideas that justified this exploitation. While the transatlantic slave trades organization evolved during the Renaissance, the practice of slavery itself existed for centuries worldwide. This trade's devastating impact on African societies, the Americas' economies, and global history continues to influence discussions on race, identity, and social justice today. As we reflect on this transformative epoch, its legacy remains palpable in the fabric of our modern society. The Renaissance laid the foundation for the modern world, shaping art, architecture, philosophy, and scientific inquiry. Its influence reverberates through centuries, inspiring subsequent generations to dare, to innovate, and to imagine a brighter future.
Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson where we will take a look at the Victorian era and focus on Queen Victoria herself and the British Empire. The vocabulary topics we will look at today are the monarchy, then we'll look at colonization and empire. This lesson will take a little over 10 minutes, so when you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English together. Our lesson begins with the young Queen Victoria. She was born on the 24th of May 1819 and her given name was Alexandrina Victoria. She was born in Kensington Palace in London and her parents were Prince Edward and Princess Victoria. Victoria became queen when she was just 18 years of age. Her coronation was on the 28th of June 1838. A coronation is the ceremony of crowning a king or a queen. Victoria became the Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. We have lots of words in English for people in this kind of position, like king or queen, empress or emperor, or ruler, sovereign, or monarch. And it is from the word monarch that we get the word monarchy. This noun describes the monarch and royal family of a country. An example in a sentence is, the monarchy was very popular with the people. The word can also describe a form of government with the monarch at the head. Let's use this definition of the word in an example sentence. Britain has been a monarchy for centuries. When we discuss the Victorian era, it is important to note that the Victorian era was the period of Queen Victoria's reign from June 1837 until her death in January 1901. Let's take a closer look at the highlighted word reign. This word is pronounced the same as rain, as in water falling from the sky. As a verb, it means to hold royal office, to rule as a monarch. An example sentence is, Queen Victoria reigns over the people of her empire. As a noun, reign means the period of rule of a monarch. So let's take a look at that in an example sentence. The reign of Queen Victoria was difficult for the people of Ireland. Okay, let's move on. Queen Victoria married Prince Albert on the 10th of February in 1840. They were known to be very much in love and she was very devoted to him. Together they had 9 children and 34 grandchildren who survived to adulthood. Queen Victoria is known as the grandmother of Europe. Her children were married into other European royal houses and increased the influence of the British Empire. On screen, you can see an old map of the British Empire. As you can see, it had territory all around the world. When Queen Victoria came to the throne in 1837, Britain already governed Canada, large areas of India, Australia and New Zealand, and small parts of South America and Africa. The verb to govern means to conduct the business of a state, organisation, or people with authority. An example in a sentence is, "The Empress governs the land." Around the world, Britain was governing many places, but new industries at home demanded huge amounts of raw material, much of which was taken from Britain's colonies around the world, and this happened without the local people seeing much of the riches that accumulated at the centre of the empire. Let's take a closer look at the highlighted word colonies. A colony is a noun which describes a country or area under the full or partial political control of another country and occupied by settlers from that country. A sentence example is, "The British colony grew very quickly." Another word associated with colony is colonizer. This noun describes a country or person that sends settlers to a place and establishes political control over it. Our example is, "The British were successful colonizers by means of subjugation." Let's take a look at this word subjugation. It is a noun that describes the action of bringing someone or something under domination or control. An example sentence is, "The indigenous people were under the subjugation of the British Empire." It can also be used as a verb, to subjugate, and as a verb it means to bring someone or something under domination or control. The sentence example is, "The British subjugated many native people to benefit their empire." So we call this process of creating colonies colonization. Repeat after me. Colonization. And it wasn't just the British Empire. Many countries have a history of colonization. The British are notable because their empire was so large. Let's take a look at some of the tactics of colonization. British culture was forced onto native people, while their original culture was banned, ignored and forgotten. Native economies were also crippled because valuable raw materials and profits went back to Britain, and colonies had to provide soldiers who fought and died for Britain, causing needless death and suffering to men and their families. British missionaries sent with the empire forced Christianity onto native tribes, stopping the practice of other religions. And English language became dominant in many countries, further erasing native cultures and heritage. They also brought new diseases to their distant colonies, killing lots of native people who had no immunity. And the empire seized land and resources from the colonies, leading to the near extinction of many indigenous tribes. And although slavery was abolished in the British Empire in 1833, the empire had already gained vast wealth and power through its engagement with the trade for 300 years. The damage, pain and misery to African cultures, human lives and families are immeasurable. The consequences of this horrific brutality remain with all of us to this day. There are many examples of brutality against native peoples. Ones you may have heard of are the genocide of the indigenous Australian people between the years of 1788 to 1920. This led to approximately 200,000 people dead. And in my own country of Ireland, there was the famous Irish potato famine. Even though the British were exporting food from Ireland, approximately 1 million people died between the years of 1845 to 1849. The British were able to maintain their grip on power through several means. Their control of trade routes and association with trading companies. They had a world-leading navy which gave them great political power. They were hugely successful in their colonization, and they controlled many commodities. Let's take a closer look at the word commodity. The word commodity is a noun which describes a raw material or primary agricultural product that can be bought and sold. An example sentence is, "The British Empire's wealth was built on the trade of commodities." Let's take a look at the different types of commodities the British Empire was interested in. Cotton, wool, wheat, sugar, butter, wood, tea, and silk. The empire continued to expand, and on the 1st of May 1876, Victoria was proclaimed the Empress of India. She famously called India the jewel in the crown. The empire continued to grow, and between 1881 and 1914, the British Empire participated in the invasion, occupation, division and colonization of African territory by a group of European states during a short period known as the Partition of Africa. If you are studying the Victorian era and the British Empire, you may come across the term Pax Britannica. This describes a period of relative peace between the great powers of the world, during which the British Empire became the global power and adopted the role of global policeman. And as I mentioned earlier, the British Empire was the largest empire the world has ever seen. It covered 13.01 million square miles of land. That's more than 22% of the Earth's landmass. And at its high point, it ruled 458 million people, which was about 20% of the global population. Let's take a look at Victoria in her later years. The love of her life, Prince Albert, died in 1861, and famously she wore black for the rest of her life in mourning for her dead husband, and she stayed away from public sight. She died on Tuesday the 22nd of January 1901, at the age of 81. She had reigned for over 63 years and was the last monarch of the House of Hanover. Her successor was her son, King Edward VII. After building such a big empire, the British realised that maintaining defence of this empire and their homeland would be difficult, especially with the rising military power of neighbouring Germany. They created alliances with other nations and by 1914 became involved in World War I, after which nations such as the USA and Japan became very powerful. Also happening at the same time was the rise of independence movements in India and Ireland, which caused a major reassessment of British imperial policy and ultimately began its disintegration over the following century. And would you believe that's the end of our video? Thank you so much for watching. Please slap a like on this video and why not subscribe while you're here. The Victorian age was full of inventive and creative people who brought us many of the gadgets and things we use in our daily lives. And our first Victorian invention is the photographic camera. We all have cameras in today's modern world, but the very first photograph taken was done so by a man named Joseph Nicephore Nips. Nips took this photograph called View from the Window at La Grasse. It is the earliest surviving photograph of a real-world scene. Before Niep's invention, photographs were taken using a camera obscura. This is a darkened room with a small hole or lens at one side through which an image is projected onto a wall or table opposite the hole. Niepce died in 1833 and his partner Louis Daguerre continued his work. And in 1838 he created the daguerreotype. Along with a new practical photographic process, he revolutionized modern photography. It's time to move on to our next Victorian invention. The sewing machine. Throughout human history, all sewing and stitching was done by hand with a needle and thread. But that all changed when Bartholomew Timonier invented the sewing machine in 1830 and had his patent issued to him. The word patent means an exclusive right granted for an invention, which is a product or a process that provides in general a new way of doing something or offers a new technical solution to a problem. Timonier's patent and design was improved upon by Isaac Maris Singer. He founded I.M. Singer and Company in 1851. This company is still in existence today and it's known as the Singer Corporation. Our next Victorian invention is one we can all be very grateful for, the flushing toilet. In Victorian London, there were huge outbreaks of cholera in the 1830s and 40s, which led to tens of thousands of people dying. With Britain building new waste management systems, George Jennings designed a flushing toilet to flush waste into the newly constructed sewers. However, the flushing toilet was not popular until Sir Thomas Crapper improved the method of flushing. It's worth noting that from Thomas Crapper's name, we get the word crap, which is a synonym of the word poo and generally means something of poor quality or something that's not very good. There are also lots of interesting synonyms of the word toilet. First up, we have water closet. This is actually a Victorian term, and their toilets looked quite like furniture, which explains why it was called a closet. And this is why sometimes it's referred to as a WC. Lavatory is another synonym of toilet. In British English, it is often referred to as the loo or as the privy. The slang for the toilet in my homeland of Ireland is bog, and in American English it is often referred to as the john. In general, it can be referred to as the throne. Okay, let's move on to something a bit more proper with our next invention, which is the electric light bulb. For the history of the electric light bulb, we need to go back to 1802, where Humphrey Davy was the first person to make an electric current flow through a wire, making the wire first hot and then giving out light. But it wasn't until the 1870s when American inventor Thomas Edison created an incandescent light bulb. The word incandescent means emitting light as a result of being heated. Thomas Edison was granted his patent in 1880, and he went on to establish the company Edison Electric Light Company. Our next Victorian invention is one we are all attached to most of the day, the telephone. The first successful transmission of a clear voice via a telephone was achieved by Alexander Graham Bell in 1876. Another really important Victorian invention was the bicycle. The very first bicycle invented was the penny farthing in the 1880s. And the man credited with making important contributions towards the development of the bicycle is Eugène Meyer. He received a French patent for wire wheels in 1968, and he is now believed to be the person primarily responsible for making the penny farthing feasible and widely known. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel, Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. My name is Jer and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to stay updated on all my latest lessons. Getting back to our lesson, and we're on Victorian invention number 7, the car. The very first true motor car was brought about by a man called Carl Benz, who owned a company called Benz & C. In 1886, they received the patent for their Benz patent motor wagon. The Benz company went on to become part of Mercedes-Benz, of course. Let's take a look at some car synonyms. We have automobile, motor. We could also say motor car. You could simply say auto, and some people call their car their wheels. Another slang word is wagon. A car might also be referred to as a truck or as a ride. An older car may be called a clunker, and a car which is not very efficient may be called a gas guzzler. Next up, we have a music lover's delight. Our 8th Victorian invention is the gramophone. It was Emil Berliner who patented this new type of sound recorder. He received the patent in 1887. This new device recorded sound to flat glass records, etching grooves into the record as it recorded. An arm with a needle could then run across the grooves and transmit sound vibrations to a speaker. The record player was born. Let's move on to our next Victorian invention, which is cinematography. In 1889, Wordsworth Donisthorpe developed and patented a moving picture camera which used moving film. Two other men are credited with the birth of cinematography: Louis Le Prince and William Kennedy Dixon. Le Prince invented the single-lens camera in 1888, and Kennedy Dixon invented the kintograph camera in 1891. Our final Victorian invention is one that has had a massive impact on human health and medicine: the X-ray. The person who discovered X-ray was Wilhelm Röntgen. In 1895, he found a form of electromagnetic radiation with just the right wavelength to travel through soft material but be blocked by denser materials. The first X-ray image was of his wife's hand. It showed the bones, the flesh of her fingers, and her wedding ring. Within 3 months of his discovery, DIY X-ray kits were available, and Victorians were X-raying just about everything to see what it looked like on the inside. And that brings us to the end of our English lesson on Victorian inventions.
Prepare to be entranced as we journey into the mesmerizing world of vampires. From their ancient origins in mythology to their transformation in literature through Bram Stoker's Dracula, and their enduring presence in modern film and culture, we'll explore it all. Our journey begins with the enigmatic Lamia. In ancient Greece, the Lamia was a fearsome female figure known for luring children to their doom. She possessed an otherworldly beauty that masked her true intentions, drawing eerie parallels to the modern vampire's seductive charm. In Eastern Europe, particularly in regions like Romania and Greece, the Strigoi emerged as a prominent vampire-like figure. Strigoi were believed to be restless souls or undead beings that preyed on the living, often returning from the grave to haunt their loved ones. In the rich tapestry of vampire lore, the Vitala stands as a captivating and enigmatic figure. Originating from ancient India, the Vitala is a supernatural being known for its shape-shifting abilities and its habit for haunting burial grounds. These mysterious creatures, often depicted as reanimated corpses, would rise from the dead to possess and control human corpses, using them as vessels for their malevolent deeds. Vampires, immortal beings of the night, possess distinctive features, such as their aversion to sunlight and their need for blood to sustain themselves. These characteristics are deeply ingrained in vampire mythology. To kill a vampire, you need to drive a wooden stake into their heart. You can also kill them with silver or by decapitating them by removing their head. Despite their vulnerabilities, vampires have remarkable talents, including superhuman speed, strength, and agility. Their immortality grants them enduring presence, but they are also repelled by religious symbols like crosses and holy water, and they can be deterred by something as simple as garlic. Their supernatural powers include hypnotic mesmerization and shape-shifting into animals like bats or wolves, adding layers and layers to their mystique.
As we transition to the 19th century, we encounter Bram Stoker, a celebrated author from Ireland. It was Stoker who would immortalise the vampire in literature. But what inspired him other than the mythologies that we've already encountered? Stoker drew inspiration from the mysterious region of Transylvania, known for its eerie landscapes and folklore. Transylvania, situated in present-day Romania, has long been associated with vampire legends. Its eerie, mist-covered mountains and historic castles provided the perfect backdrop for tales of the undead. One historical figure linked to these legends is Vlad the Impaler, a 15th century ruler known for his brutal tactics. Vlad's ruthless reputation and cruelty have led some to speculate that he may have influenced the character of Count Dracula. Dracula by Bram Stoker was published in 1897, and it introduced the world to Count Dracula, a charismatic yet menacing vampire. The novel's setting in Transylvania added an air of mystique, and Stoker's portrayal of Dracula as a foreign nobleman from this region tapped into Victorian-era fears of foreign influences. Notably, the novel has been adapted into various films, but one stands out: Bram Stoker's Dracula, directed by Francis Ford Coppola and starring Gary Oldman. This film reinvigorated the vampire genre, with Oldman delivering a mesmerizing performance as the titular character. As we move into the 20th and 21st centuries, vampires continue to thrive in popular culture. Classics like Nosferatu and Bela Lugosi's Dracula set the stage for the vampire genre, while Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire ushered in a new era of vampire storytelling. And more recently, franchises like Twilight and The Vampire Diaries have redefined vampire romance. These stories explore the complexities of love and immortality, attracting a wide range of fans. And vampires have further infiltrated the realm of television with series like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and True Blood. From ancient myths and legends to the pages of Bram Stoker's Dracula and the silver screen, vampires have proven to be enduring and versatile symbols. They reflect society's changing fears and desires, offering a timeless canvas for exploration. Whether they're creatures of horror, romance, or even tragic figures, vampires remain a timeless symbol in our cultural tapestry, reflecting our collective fascination with the unknown and the eternal. Thanks for joining me today for this video taking a look at vampire history. If you've enjoyed it, make sure to drop me a like, comment and share it with a friend, and don't forget to subscribe. Chapter 1: Down the Rabbit Hole. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank and having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it. And what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? So she was considering in her own mind, as well as she could, for the hot day made her feel very sleepy and stupid, whether the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies.
when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor did Alice think it was so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, oh dear, I shall be late." When she thought about it afterwards, it occurred to her that she ought to have wondered at this, but at the time it all seemed quite natural. But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket and looked at it, and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet, for it flashed across her mind that she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take out of it, and with burning curiosity she ran across the field after it, and fortunately was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. In another moment down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was going to get out again. The rabbit hole went straight on like a tunnel for some way, and then dipped suddenly down, so suddenly that Alice had not a moment to think about stopping herself before she found herself falling down a very deep well. Either the well was very deep, or she fell very slowly, for she had plenty of time as she went down to look about her and to wonder what was going to happen next. First, she tried to look down and make out what she was coming to, but it was too dark to see anything. Then she looked at the sides of the well and noticed that they were filled with cupboards and bookshelves. Here and there she saw maps and pictures hung upon pegs. She took down a jar from one of the shelves as she passed. It was labelled orange marmalade, but to her great disappointment it was empty. She did not like to drop the jar for fear of killing somebody underneath, so managed to put it into one of the cupboards as she fell past it. Well, thought Alice to herself, after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll all think me at home. Why, I wouldn't say anything about it, even if I fell off the top of the house, which was very likely true. Down, down, down. Would the fall never come to an end? I wonder how many miles I've fallen by this time, she said aloud. I must be getting somewhere near the centre of the earth. Let me see, that would be 4,000 miles down, I think. For you see, Alice had learned several things of the sort in her lessons in the schoolroom, and though this was not a very good opportunity for showing off her knowledge, as there was no one to listen to her, still it was good practice to say it over. Yes, that's about the right distance, but then I wonder what latitude or longitude I've got to. Alice had no idea what latitude was or longitude either, but thought they were nice grand words to say. Presently she began again. I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. How funny it'll seem to come out among the people that walk with their heads downward. The antitheses, I think. She was rather glad there was no one listening, this time, as it didn't sound at all the right word. But I shall never have to ask them what the name of the country is, you know. Please, ma'am, is this New Zealand or Australia? And she tried to curtsy as she spoke. Fancy curtsying as you're falling through the air. Do you think she could manage it? And what an ignorant little girl she'll think me for asking. No, it'll never do to ask. Perhaps I shall see it written up somewhere. Down, down, down. There was nothing else to do, so Alice began talking again. Dina will miss me much tonight, I think. Dina was the cat. I hope they'll remember her saucer of milk at tea time. Dina, my dear, I wish you were down here with me. There are no mice in the air, I'm afraid, but you might catch a bat, and that's very likely a mouse, you know. But do cats eat bats, I wonder? And here Alice began to get rather sleepy, and went on to say to herself in a dreamy sort of way, Do cats eat bats? Do cats eat bats? And sometimes, do bats eat cats? For you see, as she couldn't answer either question, it didn't much matter which way she put it. She felt that she was dozing off, and had just begun to dream that she was walking hand in hand with Dina, and saying to her very earnestly,
Now, Dina, tell me the truth. Did you ever eat a bat? When suddenly, thump, thump, down she came upon a heap of sticks and dry leaves, and the fall was over. Alice was not a bit hurt and jumped up to her feet in a moment. She looked up, but it was all dark overhead. Before her was another long passage, and the White Rabbit was still in sight, hurrying down it. There was not a moment to be lost. Away went Alice like the wind, and was just in time to hear it say as it turned a corner, "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting." She was close behind it when she turned the corner, but the rabbit was no longer to be seen. She found herself in a long, low hall, which was lit up by a row of lamps hanging from the roof. There were doors all around the hall, but they were all locked, and when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever going to get out again. Suddenly, she came upon a little three-legged table, all made of solid glass. There was nothing on it except a tiny golden key, and Alice's first thought was that it might belong to one of the doors of the hall. But alas, either the locks were too large or the key was too small, but at any rate it would not open any of them. However, on the second time around, she came upon a low curtain she had not noticed before, and behind it was a little door about 15 inches high. She tried the little golden key in the lock, and to her great delight it fitted. Alice opened the door and found that it led into a small passage, not much larger than a rat hole. She knelt down and looked along the passage into the loveliest garden you ever saw. How she longed to get out of that dark hall and wander about among the beds of bright flowers and those cool fountains. But she could not even get her head through the door. "And even if my head would go through," thought poor Alice, "it would be of very little use without my shoulders. Oh, how I wish I could shut up like a telescope. I think I could, if only I knew how to begin." For you see, so many out-of-the-way things had happened already that Alice had begun to think that very few things indeed were really impossible. There seemed to be no use in waiting by the little door, so she went back to the table, half hoping she might find another key on it, or at any rate a book of rules for shutting people up like telescopes. This time she found a little bottle on it, "which certainly was not here before," said Alice. And round the neck of the bottle was a paper label with the words "Drink Me" beautifully printed on it in large letters. It was all very well to say "Drink me," but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry. "Now I'll look first," she said, "and see whether it's marked poison or not." For she had read several nice little histories about children who had gotten burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and other unpleasant things, all because they would not remember the simple rules their friends had taught them, such as that a red-hot poker will burn you if you hold it long enough, and that if you cut your finger very deeply with a knife, it usually bleeds. And she had never forgotten that if you drink much from a bottle marked poison, it was almost certainly to disagree with you, sooner or later. However, this bottle was not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it, and finding it very nice. It had in fact a sort of mixed flavour of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and hot buttered toast. She very soon finished it off. "What a curious feeling," said Alice. "I must be shutting up like a telescope." And so it was indeed. She was now only 10 inches high, and her face brightened up at the thought that she was now the right size for going through the little door into that lovely garden. First, however, she waited for a few minutes to see if she was going to shrink any further. She felt a little nervous about this. "For it might end, you know," said Alice to herself, "in me going out altogether like a candle. I wonder what I should like to be then." And she tried to fancy what the flame of a candle is like after the candle is blown out, for she could never remember having seen such a thing.
After a while, finding that nothing more happened, she decided on going into the garden at once. But alas for poor Alice, when she got to the door, she found she had forgotten the little golden key. And when she went back to the table for it, she found she could not possibly reach it, but she could see it quite plainly through the glass. And she tried her best to climb up one of the legs of the table, but it was too slippery, and when she had tired herself out with trying, the poor little thing sat down and cried. "Come, there's no use in crying like that," said Alice to herself rather sharply. She generally gave herself very good advice, though she seldom followed it. And sometimes she scolded herself so severely as to bring tears into her eyes. And once she remembered trying to box her own ears for having cheated herself in a game of croquet she was playing against herself. For this curious child was very fond of pretending to be two people. But it's no use now, thought Alice, to pretend to be two people. Why, there's hardly enough of me left to make one respectable person. Soon her eye fell on a little glass box that was lying under the table. She opened it and found in it a very small cake, on which the words "Eat me" were beautifully marked in currants. "Well, I'll eat it," said Alice, "and if it makes me grow larger, I can reach the key, and if it makes me grow smaller, I can creep under the door, so either way I'll get into the garden, and I don't care what happens." She ate a little bit and said anxiously to herself, "Which way? Which way?" holding her hand on the top of her head to feel which way it was growing, and she was quite surprised to find that she remained the same size. To be sure, this generally happens when one eats cake, but Alice had got so much in the way of expecting nothing but out of the way things to happen that it seemed quite dull and stupid for life to go on in the common way. So she set to work and very soon finished off the cake. That's the end of chapter 1. Today we're diving into the captivating history of Thanksgiving, and along the way we'll explore some important English vocabulary related to this cherished American holiday. All the terms covered in today's lesson are available for you in the video description, so check those out if you want to revise after the lesson or even follow along. Our journey begins with the Pilgrims, a group of English settlers who sailed on the Mayflower to the New World in 1620. They play a pivotal role in the Thanksgiving story. And the Mayflower was the ship that carried them to America. It symbolizes their courageous journey to find religious freedom. The Pilgrims established the Plymouth colony in what is now Massachusetts. It was one of the first English colonies in North America. The Native Americans, including the Wampanoag tribe, played a significant role in helping the Pilgrims survive in the New World. Other terms for Native American include Indigenous people, Native people, or Aboriginal people. There are many words that we can use to describe these ethnic populations. Some tribes or individuals may prefer to be called one of these terms, or perhaps something completely different. It's important to be sensitive to how different groups identify. The arrival of European colonists such as the Pilgrims on the Mayflower had a significant and largely negative impact on local Native American populations. Contact led to disease outbreaks, conflicts over resources, and the disruption of traditional ways of life. Native Americans suffered population declines and were displaced from their lands, resulting in the loss of culture and sovereignty. The first Thanksgiving meal was a feast celebrated by the Pilgrims and Native Americans in 1621. It marked a moment of gratitude and friendship. Let's move on to the term harvest festival. Thanksgiving has its roots in harvest festivals celebrated by various cultures. The word harvest means the process or period of gathering crops. Harvest festivals are a time to give thanks for a bountiful harvest. Thanksgiving has evolved over the centuries, incorporating various traditions and customs, such as parades, American football, and the presidential turkey pardon. An important American icon related to Thanksgiving is Abraham Lincoln. He proclaimed Thanksgiving as a national holiday in 1863 during the American Civil War to promote unity and gratitude. Roasted turkey and stuffing have become the iconic dishes of Thanksgiving, symbolizing the first feast shared by the Pilgrims and Native Americans. Another iconic Thanksgiving dish is pumpkin pie. With its spiced sweet filling, this has become a beloved Thanksgiving dessert. That concludes our enlightening journey through the history of Thanksgiving and the related vocabulary. I hope you've gained a deeper understanding of this cherished American holiday.
The exploration of space will go ahead, whether we join in it or not. And it is one of the great adventures of all time.
You are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on the space race. This is Learning English Pro, and I'm Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. Our topics for discussion are the space race, to the moon, and of course you will learn lots of important essential English vocabulary. Now, if you're ready, it's time to sit back, relax, and let's learn some English together. Our first topic is the space race, where we will be looking at the beginning of space exploration. In the summer of 1955, the USA and USSR announced they would be launching small satellites into orbit around the Earth. And these announcements were made just 4 days apart. Let's take a look at some of the words we just used in closer detail. The word launch means to start or set something in motion. And you can launch lots of things, like a spaceship, or a boat, or even an event. Our next word is orbit, and this noun describes the curved path of a celestial object or spacecraft round a star, planet, or a moon. We can also use this as a verb to describe the action of orbiting something. The moon orbits the Earth. Our next word is the noun satellite, and as you can see on screen, this describes an artificial body placed in orbit around the Earth or moon or another planet in order to collect information or for communication. But satellite can also describe a celestial body orbiting the Earth or another planet, so something that's natural, like the moon, or something like an asteroid that orbits Jupiter. One very famous artificial satellite is Sputnik. In 1957, the Soviet Union successfully launched Sputnik into orbit of the Earth and shocked the world. Their success leads to a competitive scientific relationship with the USA for supremacy in space exploration. The relationship was already strained due to a continuing state of political conflict, military tension, proxy wars, and economic competition. The USA suffered a major international humiliation when Project Vanguard exploded at its launch in December 1957. However, they did eventually have success when they launched the 4-stage rocket Juno 1 in January 1958. And on this rocket was the satellite Explorer 1, which they successfully put into orbit. However, the Americans were not happy about being behind Russia in space exploration, so in July 1958, President Eisenhower formed NASA. NASA is an acronym of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. However, they were still falling behind Russia because in September 1959, after several failed attempts, the Soviet Union launched Luna 2, a space probe which successfully impacted the moon. A space probe is an unmanned exploratory spacecraft designed to transmit information about its environment. The Soviet Union had success again when they launched Yuri Gagarin into Earth orbit in April 1962. He became a national hero and an international celebrity. It is interesting to note that American spacegoers are called astronauts, while Russian spacegoers are called cosmonauts. So we have astronauts and cosmonauts. After some political upheaval and a pause in missions to develop the Soyuz spacecraft, the USSR fell behind in the race for the moon. While NASA created 3 spaceflight programs to develop their capabilities in space with the aim of going to the moon. These projects were Project Mercury, 1958 to 1963, Project Gemini, 1961 to 1966, and Project Apollo, 1969 to 1972. NASA wanted to improve their capabilities and to ensure their technology and astronauts could survive in space for extended periods of time. Let's have a look at the ways they did this. They practiced spacewalking. Spacewalk as a noun describes a period of physical activity engaged in by an astronaut in space outside a spacecraft. An example in a sentence would be, "The spacewalk will happen tomorrow." As a verb, spacewalk means to undertake a spacewalk. An example in a sentence is, "I will spacewalk tomorrow for the first time." NASA also developed the Saturn V rocket. This is the most powerful, tallest and heaviest rocket ever built by man. NASA also wanted to test their ability to dock 2 spacecraft together in space. The verb to dock of a spacecraft means to join with a space station or another spacecraft in space. I hope you are enjoying learning lots of new vocabulary. Don't forget to check out our YouTube channel where we have lots of vocabulary videos on a wide range of topics. Let's move on to our next topic, to the moon. This is the Apollo 11 crew. Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin. This would be the crew who would go to the moon. But what does crew mean? The word crew describes a group of people who work together and operate a ship, an aircraft, or a spaceship. And on July 16, 1969, NASA launched the Saturn V rocket with the crew of 3 men and directed it to the moon. It took just over 3 days for the Apollo 11 crew to reach the moon. Around the world, people gathered to watch the landing on the television. 600 million people watched live. When the spacecraft reached the orbit of the moon, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin climbed inside the small lunar module. Michael Collins remained in the control vessel, which would stay in orbit, while the 2 crew members left in their lunar module and descended to the moon. Let's take a look at the highlighted words. A lunar module is a detachable compartment of a spacecraft used to land on the moon's surface. And descend is a verb which means to move or fall downwards. As the crew descended in the lunar module, they encountered problems with their speed and computer. However, they overcame these problems and successfully landed on the moon's surface. The world waited for Neil Armstrong to become the first man to step onto the moon and make history.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful, Samuel.
Armstrong and Aldrin explored the moon's surface, collecting samples and taking measurements. And after 21 hours, Armstrong and Aldrin departed the moon's surface and returned to meet Collins in the control ship. The Apollo 11 crew returned to Earth safely on July 24, 1969. They were heroes, and the success of the Apollo missions gave the USA dominance in space for decades. And that's the end of our lesson. Thank you so much for watching. Hello, I hope you're having a great day. You're very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on the American election. Let's take a look at some of the topics we'll be covering in today's lesson. Important vocabulary, the candidates, election day, the electoral college, and the campaign. So let's get started with our first word, vote. This word is both a noun and a verb, but let's take a look at the noun definition first. As a noun, it describes an indication of a choice between candidates or courses of action, expressed typically through a ballot or a show of hands. And the verb means an act of giving or registering a vote. Another important word is ballot, and this describes a system of voting secretly and in writing on a particular issue. So when you vote, you put your piece of paper in the ballot box. I'm sure you might be familiar with the verb to run, but in the context of an election, it means to stand as a candidate in an election. Let's have a look at two example sentences. She will run for president, and they will run against each other. So a common verb when talking about an election. Our next word is candidate. And this word is a noun which describes a person who applies for a job or is nominated for election. Okay, let's move on and have a look at the candidates for the American election in 2020. The candidates in this election are Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Let's begin by having a look at President Donald Trump's profile. As president, Donald Trump represents the Republican political party. A political party is an organised group of people who have similar ideas and ideals and who put forward candidates for elections in an attempt to get them elected and thereby implement the party's agenda. The Republican Party is known for being conservative, mostly white, Christian, and they seem to be becoming more involved in nationalism. Their policies are focused on anti-abortion, pro-gun, low taxes, and they are anti-immigration. We would describe Donald Trump as the incumbent president in this election. The incumbent is the current holder of an office or position, and we use this word usually in relation to an election. Trump is noted for being a successful businessman. He is involved in properties and casinos and building apartments. Let's move on and talk about the other candidate in the election, Joe Biden. He is a member of the Democratic Party. They are known for being liberal, progressive, and diverse. Their policies are focused on voting rights, racial equality, and they are pro-choice and pro-immigration. Joe Biden has been nominated by the Democratic Party as the candidate for president. The verb to nominate means to propose or formally enter as a candidate for an election or for an honour or award. Joe Biden is well known to the American public as he is the former vice president to Barack Obama. Now that we've met our candidates, let's move on and discuss Election Day. In America, the presidential election takes place every 4 years on the first Tuesday after the 1st of November, and every citizen over 18 has the right to vote, with some exceptions of course. Voting takes place at a polling station, and a polling station is usually in a school or a community centre. Our next topic is the Electoral College, which is a system the Americans use to vote for their president, and it can be a little bit tricky, so bear with me and let's talk it through together. The Electoral College has 538 members. That's the same as the House of Congress. The Republican and Democratic parties choose the members of the Electoral College for each state. Members are called electors, and they are supposed to vote for whoever has won the popular public vote in their state. The candidate who gets the majority of the electoral votes in the state get all the electoral votes for that state. So if you win 60% of the Californian vote, you will get 100% of the electoral votes from that state. This can cause problems because some smaller states can have a greater proportion of electoral votes when compared to bigger states. But this ensures that candidates give equal attention to all voters in all states. And it means that a candidate can lose the popular vote but still become president. And that's what happened to Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in 2016. Hillary Clinton won the national vote by nearly 3 million votes, but Donald Trump secured 304 electoral votes and became president. So let's recap a little bit on the Electoral College. The information from the public vote goes to the Electoral College, who then vote for the winner. Let's move on from this subject and discuss our next word, campaign. A political campaign is an organised effort which seeks to influence the decision-making process within a specific group. A rally is a mass meeting of people making a political protest or showing support for a cause. These are common during a campaign. Something else which also happens in a campaign is a debate. As a noun, it describes a formal discussion on a particular matter in a public meeting or an assembly in which opposing arguments are put forward. As a verb, it means to argue about a particular subject matter. Also part of a campaign are the vice presidents. We describe a vice president as an official or executive ranking below and deputizing for a president. Mike Pence is the current vice president and Kamala Harris is the running mate of Joe Biden. Running mate refers to a candidate for vice president. So when the election is finished, we will either have a loser who will need to concede the election, and the verb to concede means to admit defeat. And of course, there will be a winner. If Donald Trump wins, he remains as president. However, if Joe Biden wins, he becomes the president-elect. And the most exciting day for any new president has to be Inauguration Day. The verb to inaugurate means to admit someone formally into office. And can you believe that brings us to the end of our English lesson? I hope you enjoyed and learned lots of new English words.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Learning English Pro. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the term of sanctions and what that means. You may have heard a lot about this term in the news recently. Let's jump straight into our lesson, and the word sanction actually has two meanings, which can make it a bit confusing. So let's check them out and see how we can use them in some example sentences. Sanction can be a noun or a verb, so let's take a look at our first meaning. It can mean an official permission or approval for an action. Synonyms for this meaning of sanction could be approval or authorization. So with this in mind, let's take a look at our first example sentence. She gave the sanction to purchase the building. She gave the sanction to purchase the building. Let's try another example sentence. The sanction was given to the army to attack the airport. The sanction was given to the army to attack the airport.
We also have the verb form of this word, which means to give official permission or approval for something like an action or agreement. Synonyms for this verb could be approve or authorize. Let's take a look at an example with the verb form of sanction. The leader sanctioned the building of the new motorway. The leader sanctioned the building of the new motorway. Next up, we have our second meaning of the word sanction. As a noun, the second meaning means a threatened penalty for disobeying a law or rule. Synonyms for this noun meaning could be punishment or penalty. Our example sentence is, the committee are considering sanctions against the cyclist. One more time. The committee are considering sanctions against the cyclist. Our next example is, the United States will punish their neighbour with sanctions. The United States will punish their neighbour with sanctions. And this meaning also has a verb form. It means to impose a punishment or penalty on someone or something like a company or country. Synonyms include the verbs punish and penalise. For this example, we're going to use the past tense. The European Union sanctioned the country for an act of war. The European Union sanctioned the country for an act of war. Let's try an example in the future simple tense. The swimming committee will sanction the contestant for doping. The swimming committee will sanction the contestant for doping. As you may have noticed from my example sentences, the usage of the word sanction is generally kept to formal English. You will commonly hear it used in the fields of diplomacy, finance and sports. And when using this word, it's important to know the phrasal verb impose on, as this is commonly used with the word sanction. If you impose something on someone, you force them to accept it, even if they don't want it. So for our next example sentences, we're going to use the phrasal verb and the word sanction together. In the future tense, we could say, my country will impose sanctions on several politicians in another state. In the past tense, we could say, the sanctions were imposed on my country last week. Another example in the future tense is, the United States will impose sanctions on European countries soon. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. My name is Jer and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to stay updated on all my latest English lessons. So in terms of our second meaning, sanction as a punishment, why would a country or a company use a sanction? That's what we're going to take a look at in our next part of our video. Sanctions are used as a tool of foreign policy by many governments. When military action is not an option, a government may punish a country for several reasons. A big reason why countries may impose sanctions on another country is if a country breaks international law. It may also be due to the mistreatment of some civilians in a particular country. This could include racism or transphobia or homophobia. Another reason could be if a country is purposefully damaging the environment. Another big reason could be an act of war against another country. And what type of sanctions do countries use against each other? A common type of sanction is an economic sanction. These include restrictions or blocking financial transactions, and an increase in trade tariffs or taxes, along with blocking exports or imports of goods. Economic sanctions are all about restricting commercial operations within a country and making the flow of money to a government difficult. Another common type of sanction used between countries is a diplomatic sanction. These are political measures taken to express disapproval or displeasure at a certain action through diplomatic and political means, rather than affecting economy or military relations. This type of sanction is usually done by expelling embassies and cancelling diplomatic meetings. Let's move on to our next type of sanction, and this type of sanction is related to sports. Sports sanctions aim at preventing one country's people and teams from competing in international events. This could mean a country is removed from competing in events like the Olympics or the FIFA World Cup. Our final type of sanction is sanctions on individuals. This is where a government will target another leader from another country and punish them for their actions. This can be done by freezing assets in foreign bank accounts, and also imposing travel restrictions or bans on them and their family members. The United States of America has a brand new leader, President Joe Biden, and in this video we will take a look at his life and career. And because I love teaching English vocabulary, you'll be learning a few new words along the way. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was born on the 20th of November 1942 at St. Mary's Hospital in Scranton, Pennsylvania. His parents were Jean and Joseph Biden, and he has 3 siblings, a younger sister Valerie and 2 younger brothers, Francis and James. As a young person, Joe suffered from a stutter. He worked very hard to improve his speech by reciting poetry. Now you may be wondering what the word stutter means. Let's take a look at the definition. And it is a type of speech difficulty or impediment where a person may involuntarily repeat certain sounds while talking. Joe attended Archmere Academy for high school and he graduated in 1961. Although he was not very good academically, he excelled at sports and was class president in his junior and senior years. After high school, Joe attended the University of Delaware in Newark. He earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in a double major in History and Political Science with a minor in English. He graduated in 1965. A year later, on the 27th of August 1966, Joe married Nelia Hunter and they went on to have 3 children, Bo, Hunter and Amy. And in 1968, he earned a Juris Doctor from Syracuse University College of Law. And in 1969, Joe practiced law first as a public defender, and then at a firm headed by a locally active Democrat politician. It is then that Joe registered as a Democrat. After becoming more involved in politics, in 1970 Joe ran for the 4th district seat on the Newcastle County Council on a Liberal platform that included support for public housing in the suburbs. He won the general election and took office on January the 5th, 1971. The adjective liberal describes a person willing to respect or accept behaviour or opinions different from one's own. It means being open to new ideas. It can also relate to a political and social philosophy that promotes individual rights, civil liberties, democracy and free enterprise. The opposite of a liberal is a conservative, and this adjective describes a person who does not like change or innovation and holds on to traditional values, and in a political context favouring free enterprise, private ownership and socially traditional ideas. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe right now, and if you're enjoying this lesson on Joe Biden's career and profile, why not share this video with a friend? Okay, let's get back to Joe Biden and his career. In 1972, Joe ran for the office of junior senator for the state of Delaware. He was popular with voters and won the election on the 7th of November. However, on the 18th of December 1972, his wife and daughter both died in a tragic car accident. Joe's sons survived the crash with minor injuries and made full recoveries. Joe considered resigning to take care of his family, but was encouraged by fellow senators not to. And Joe was sworn in as junior senator of Delaware on January the 5th, 1973. At just the age of 30, he was the 6th youngest senator in the United States history. Joe met his second wife, Jill Tracy Jacobs, on a blind date in 1975, and they got married in 1977. They had one daughter together, Ashley, in 1981. You may be asking yourself what a blind date is. It is a social engagement with someone who you have never met before. It is arranged with a view to the development of a romantic relationship. Joe's career as a senator lasted from 1973 until 2009. He was re-elected 6 times to the Senate and enjoyed a good reputation. Joe formally declared his candidacy for the 1988 Democratic presidential nomination on June 9, 1987. His campaign did not go well. His speechwriters copied speeches from other famous politicians, and claims by Joe about early successes in his life were found to be false or misleading. And on September the 23rd, 1987, Joe withdrew from the race, saying it had been overrun by the exaggerated shadow of his past mistakes. And again in 2007, Joe announced he wished to run for the office of president in the 2008 election. Unfortunately, he was unable to secure the nomination. When they first met, Joe and Barack Obama did not like each other very much. However, a strong friendship grew between them. Obama secured the nomination for president, and on the 22nd of August 2008, Obama announced that Joe would be his choice for running mate as Vice President of America. Let's jump into our vocabulary again. What is a running mate? It is an election candidate for the lesser of 2 closely associated political offices. So a president's running mate is always the vice president. Obama won the election and Joe became the Vice President of the United States on January the 20th, 2009. And Joe served as Vice President until 2017, when the Trump administration took over the presidency of the United States. Before he finished in his role as Vice President, Joe suffered a tragedy. In 2015, he lost his son Beau Biden to brain cancer. Let's move on to the last part of our video and Joe's race towards the White House. Joe launched his campaign for President of the United States on the 25th of April 2019 for the 2020 elections. After securing the nomination, he chose Senator Kamala Harris as his candidate for Vice President, and together they campaigned throughout the American country. Joe's opponent in the election was the incumbent President Donald Trump. Joe defeated Trump and was elected the 46th President of the United States in November 2020. President Trump refused to accept the results of the election and falsely claimed that the election had been stolen from him.
In today's video, we're delving into the intricacies of the American county system.
The United States has a unique structure of counties, each with its own set of functions and government. We'll begin with an overview of the county system before exploring related terms in our word list. And all the terms covered in today's video are waiting for you in the video description, so check those out and revise after the lesson. First and foremost, let's talk about a county. In the United States, a county is a geographical division within a state, often referred to as the basic unit of local government. Counties have a wide range of responsibilities, including law enforcement, public schools, and maintenance of local roads and structures. The county seat is the organizational center of a county where administration and government functions are carried out. It's typically where you'll find the county courthouses, offices, and important government services. Let's move on to the term Board of Supervisors. This is an elected body responsible for overseeing and managing county affairs. They make decisions on budgets, policies, and the general governance of the county. An important role in a county is the sheriff. This is the chief law enforcement in a county, responsible for maintaining law and order, running the county jail, and serving legal documents. The county sheriff's office is the headquarters of the sheriff's law enforcement operations, including maintaining the county jail, managing deputies, and responding to emergencies. Another role is the county clerk. This person is responsible for maintaining public records, including birth and death certificates, marriage licenses, and land deeds. They play a crucial role in record keeping and documentation. The county assessor is a person who determines property values for tax reasons. They ensure that property taxes are fairly and accurately assessed. The county coroner investigates and determines the cause of death in cases of unexplained or suspicious deaths. This role is vital in legal and forensic investigations. County commissioners are elected officials responsible for overseeing various aspects of county government, such as public works, social services, and health departments. The county budget outlines the financial plan for the county, allocating funds for various departments and services, such as education, public safety, and infrastructure development. The county courthouse is the central building where legal and related administration matters are addressed, including court proceedings, record keeping, and government services. The county tax collector is responsible for collecting property taxes and other county taxes, and these go into funding local government services. A county school district manages public education within the county, overseeing local schools, teachers, and educational programs. The county health department does exactly what you think it does. It is responsible for public health programs and services, including vaccinations, disease control, and health education. County government is also responsible for maintaining and improving county roads and infrastructure, ensuring safe and reliable transportation within the county. In conclusion, the American county system is a critical part of the United States governmental structure, playing a central role in local government. Mars? What will it do when it gets there? And what can we hope to learn from its exploration of an ancient lake? We are taking a deep dive into NASA's latest mission to Mars, and for all my English learners, all highlighted words will be included in a detailed glossary at the end of the video. Today we are discussing Mars 2020, which is the Mars rover mission by NASA that includes the Perseverance rover and Ingenuity drone. The mission began when the spacecraft launched from Earth on the 30th of July 2020. It follows many other missions to the Red Planet, but it is the first mission in decades, with its main mission being to search for life. The spacecraft took just 6.5 months to reach Martian atmosphere, and it did that on February the 18th, 2021. Here, with animation footage exclusively from NASA, you can see the landing sequence, which uses equipment called an EDLS, which stands for Entry, Descent and Landing System. And this part of the system is called the Sky Crane. Let's watch the final moments as the rover touches down on the surface of the planet. Perseverance will land in the Jezero crater to explore life. Before we talk about its mission, let me introduce you to the other part of its mission, the Ingenuity helicopter drone. This is very exciting. If the mission is successful, we will see the first powered flight on any planet beyond Earth. It will be an amazing achievement. Because the atmosphere on Mars is not very dense, Ingenuity needs to be very light in weight and very powerful. It can travel at an altitude of 10 meters and travel about 300 meters from the Perseverance rover. As I mentioned, this mission will land in the Jezero crater. Many millions of years ago, scientists believed that there was an ancient lake here. There is strong evidence that Mars was once covered in water like Earth, and if that is true, it is likely that Mars once supported life. Perseverance mission is to find evidence of that life, and it will do this by drilling into the surface of the crater and take samples from the rock. These samples will be collected by a later mission, and scientists will examine them for signs of life. Let's talk a little bit about Mars, or the Red Planet as it is commonly referred to. I am a bit of an astronomy nerd, so I thought I would bring you some of my favourite facts about the planet. Did you know that Mars is home to the biggest volcano in the solar system? Olympus Mons is a huge shield volcano that rises to a height of an incredible 25 kilometers and is about the same size as the American state of Arizona. And our last stop on Mars today is the Valles Marineris, or Mariner Valley. This is a vast canyon system that runs along the Martian equator. It is 4,000 kilometers long and reaches depths of up to 7 kilometers. It is about the same width as the United States. That is very big. Mars is definitely full of some impressive geography. Now it's time to go to our English glossary, where we will take a look at the highlighted words I mentioned throughout the video. So grab a pen and paper because we'll be going through definitions and sentence examples so you can use some of this vocabulary straight away. The first word in our glossary is rover, and this noun means in this context a vehicle for driving over rough terrain, especially one driven by remote control over extraterrestrial terrain. Let's take a look at our sentence example. The lunar rover helped the astronauts explore the moon. Let's move on to the next word in our glossary, and that word is Martian. This word is an adjective, and it means anything relating to the planet Mars or its supposed inhabitants. Our sentence example is, the aliens in the movie were Martian. Coming up next, we have a phrasal verb, touchdown. And this means the act of an aircraft or spacecraft landing at its destination. Our example sentence is, my plane touches down at 6 p.m. Our next word in our glossary is crater, and this noun means a large bowl-shaped cavity in the ground or on a celestial object, typically one caused by an explosion or the impact of a meteorite. Our example sentence is, the meteorite left a huge crater. Next up in our glossary we have an adjective, dense, and this word means a substance which is closely compacted. The material is too dense to work with. The next word we will have a look at is altitude, and this noun means the height of an object or point in relation to sea level or ground level. And our example sentence is, high altitudes make me feel ill. Let's move on to our next word, which is a noun. It is evidence. This means the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid. Our example sentence is, I hope they find evidence of life on Mars. The next word we will cover in our glossary is sample. This noun means a small part or quantity intended to show what the whole is like. Let's check out our example sentence. I will try a sample of the cake. Our next word in our glossary is shield. This noun means a broad piece of metal or another suitable material, held by straps or handle attached on one side, used as a protection against blows or missiles. Our next example sentence is, the volcano is shaped like a shield. And our final word for our lesson is canyon. And this noun means a deep gorge, typically one with a river flowing through it, as found in North America. And our final example sentence is, I have been to the Grand Canyon many times.
Hello and welcome to this English language profile on Kamala Harris. This is my channel, Learning English Pro, and my name is Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. Kamala Harris is now the Vice President of the United States of America. We can also refer to her now as Madam Vice President. She is certainly a woman of firsts. In her new role, she is the first woman of colour to become Vice President. She is also the first African American Vice President, and also the first Asian American Vice President, and she is the highest ranking female elected official in United States history. In this video, we will explore her background and career as she got to this new role. Kamala Harris was born in Oakland, California on the 20th of October 1964. A lot of people are having difficulty with pronouncing her name. It's actually quite easy. Kamala. Kamala. Repeat after me. Kamala.
Kamala. Her mother was Shyamala Gopalan, who arrived in the United States of America from India in 1958. Kamala's mother is notable because she became a biologist whose work advanced research into breast cancer. It's also interesting that Shyamala's father, P.V. Gopalan, was a highly ranked Indian civil servant. In the picture on the screen, you can see P.V. Gopalan with his young granddaughter, Kamala. Kamala's father is Donald J. Harris, who arrived in the United States from Jamaica in 1961. He was a professor of economics at Stanford University. Kamala has one younger sister, Maya Harris, born in 1967. Maya Harris is an American lawyer, public policy advocate, and writer. Kamala's parents divorced when she was 7. When she was 12, Kamala and her sister moved with her mother to Montreal, which is in Quebec in Canada, where Shyamala had accepted a research and teaching position. Kamala attended French-speaking schools in Canada until she attended college in Washington, D.C. in 1982. In Washington, she attended Howard University and graduated in 1986 with a degree in political science and economics. She then returned to California to attend law school at the University of California, Hastings College of the Law. She graduated with a Juris Doctor in 1989 and was admitted to the California Bar in June 1990. For our English vocabulary today, we're going to have a look at these two terms, Juris Doctor and the Bar. These are legal terminology. A Juris Doctor degree is the highest law degree in the United States. A Juris Doctor or Juris Doctorate degree represents a professional recognition that the holder has a doctoral degree in law. Okay, let's move on to our other legal term, the bar. In law, the bar is the legal profession as an institution. The term is a figure of speech for the line that separates the parts of the courtroom reserved for spectators and those reserved for participants in a trial, such as lawyers. In 1990, she was hired as a deputy district attorney in Alameda County, California. And in 1994, she was appointed to the State Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board and later to the California Medical Assistance Commission. In February 1998, Kamala was then hired as the Assistant District Attorney in San Francisco. There, she became the Chief of the Career Criminal Division, supervising 5 other attorneys where she prosecuted homicide, burglary, robbery, and sexual assault cases. In August 2000, Kamala took a new job at San Francisco City Hall. She ran the Family and Children's Services Division, representing child abuse and neglect cases. And in 2002, she decided to run for the office of District Attorney of San Francisco. Kamala won with 56% of the vote, becoming the first person of colour elected as District Attorney of San Francisco. She served in this role from 2004 to 2011. Kamala's mother, Shyamala, died of colon cancer in Oakland on February 11th, 2009. A year prior to her mother's death in 2008, Kamala decided to run for the office of Attorney General of California. In the general election in 2010, Kamala faced Republican Steve Cooley. The election was held on November 2nd, and on November the 25th, he conceded the race to Kamala. She was sworn in on January the 3rd in 2011. She is the first woman, the first African American, and the first South Asian American to hold the office of Attorney General in the state's history. She held the office from 2011 to 2017. In 2014, she married attorney Doug Emhoff on August 22nd in Santa Barbara, California. Kamala is a stepmother to Doug's 2 children from his previous marriage. In 2016, she ran for the office of US Senator for California, and in the November election, she defeated Loretta Sanchez and won the role. She served in this role until 2020. On January 21, 2019, Senator Harris officially announced her candidacy for President of the United States in the 2020 United States presidential election. However, on December 3, 2019, she withdrew from seeking the 2020 Democratic nomination, citing a shortage of funds, and then went on to endorse Joe Biden for president. On August 11, 2020, Biden announced that he had chosen Senator Harris as his vice presidential candidate. She is the first African American, the first Indian American, and the third woman to be picked as the vice presidential nominee for a major party ticket. And in the results of the race, Joe Biden was declared the winner of the 2020 United States presidential election, and Kamala Harris thus became the vice president-elect. And on January 2020, she formally became the 49th Vice President of the United States of America. She has certainly had a remarkable journey from her beginnings in Oakland, California.
Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. I hope you all had a lovely holiday season. I am back with this English lesson on war vocabulary. War is an unfortunate aspect of human life, but the vocabulary involved is essential for those studying history and for anyone interested in the daily news. Make sure to check out the word list in the description, which contains all the words covered in today's video. Let's jump straight into our lesson and take a look at the word war. War is a violent conflict between two or more groups. We could also say that war is a state of armed conflict between different countries or different groups within a country. Groups involved in a war can be called opponents, enemies, or participants. When different groups fight together in a war, we have the word ally to describe this relationship. But what if you're not involved in a war? Then you are neutral. You are not supporting or helping either side in a conflict, disagreement. You're being impartial. We also have the term neutral countries. A battle is a violent encounter between opposing sides, and this is often part of a larger war. And when it comes to battles, you will often hear the word combat. Combat is defined as fighting between armed forces. In war, there are many different types of combat. In ancient battles, sword fighting was the preferred method of combat. And up until a few hundred years ago, spear fighting was very common as well. Combat involving guns is known as a firefight, and it can also be referred to as a gunfight. When combat involves heavy-duty vehicles, it is called armoured warfare. What does the word warfare mean? The definition of this word is engagement in or the activities involved in war or conflict. Combat at sea is called naval warfare. You may also hear the term sea battle. This would describe a specific moment of fighting at sea. Fighting in the sky is called aerial combat, aerial warfare, and a battle in the sky can be called a dogfight. In most wars, there is a military involved. Synonyms of military include armed forces, militia,
And army. Army is often used in a general way to describe the military, but an army is a specific part of the military. A synonym of army is ground forces. These are the men and women of the military who engage in battle on the ground. If you serve in the army, you are called a soldier or a trooper. In groups, soldiers can be referred to simply as men or as a troop. A typical vehicle associated with the army is a tank. This can also be referred to as an armoured combat vehicle. Another vehicle associated with the army is the helicopter. An informal synonym of helicopter is chopper. We also have the troop transport. This vehicle is charged with delivering troops to the battlefield. An important area of the military is the Navy. This branch of the armed services conducts military operations at sea, and vessels associated with the Navy include warships, aircraft carriers, and submarines. A soldier in the Navy is referred to as Navy personnel or as a sailor. Another branch of the military which is similar to the Navy is the Marine Corps. Corps is a French word, so we do not pronounce the P or the S here. The Marine Corps is amphibious, meaning it conducts its operations at both sea and land. Personnel of the Marine Corps are simply called Marines. An important aspect of the military in modern warfare is the Air Force. And of course, the Air Force conducts military operations in the sky. If you work for the Air Force, you are known as a pilot or as an airman. Vessels operated by the Air Force are simply called aircraft. When a pilot engages in an attack with an aircraft, it is known as an airstrike. There is usually a target involved, and this refers to a person or a place selected as the aim of an attack. In the last century, bombing has become a huge part of modern warfare. This is when multiple bombs are dropped by a bomber. A bomber is a specific aircraft designed to drop bombs. One group who really suffers during a war is civilians. A civilian is a person not in the armed services or the police force. Okay, let's move on to our next segment of our lesson and discuss other types of war. First up, we have the noun revolution. A revolution is a struggle between large groups that leads to a major change in government and society. If you are involved in a revolution, you are called a revolutionary. One of the most important revolutions in human history is the French Revolution. This had a seismic impact not only on France but the entire world, and it continues to do so. This revolution was really important because it led to social and government change. We also have the words rebellion, revolt, and uprising. These all aim to change the government, but they don't overthrow class relations and social arrangements as a revolution does. Let's take a look at our next type of war, which is a civil war. This is a war between citizens of the same country. And another type of war is a religious war. A religious war may also be referred to as a crusade. And someone partaking in a crusade is simply called a crusader. In the next segment, we will be taking a look at the strategies of war. Let's break down this word strategy and its synonym, tactic. In war, this is the art of planning and directing overall military operations and movements in a war or battle. An essential part of war strategy is defense. Defense is the action of protecting from or resisting attack. And on screen I've put the regular verb to defend. We could say the soldier defended the village. A common aspect of defence is an army base or a fort. This is a defensive structure used to house soldiers and protect equipment. And we also have the verb to fortify. This means to provide a place with defensive works as protection against attack. The verb to guard means to watch over something in order to protect or control it. A trench is a long, narrow ditch dug by troops to provide a place of shelter from enemy fire. Use of trenches in war is called trench warfare, and this type of warfare is really associated with World War I. The last aspect of defence we'll take a look at is retreat. To retreat is to withdraw from or leave an area in an orderly way. Soldiers often retreat after losing a battle to prevent further losses. The opposite of defence is called offence. This word means the act of attacking someone or something. Let's take a quick look at the verb or noun to attack. This means to take aggressive military action against a place or enemy forces with weapons or armed force. A common offensive strategy is a siege. This is when a town or a city is surrounded by enemy armed forces. This is done to cut off supplies with the aim of compelling inside to surrender. A similar strategy used by the Navy is a blockade or a naval blockade. This is done to deny an enemy the use of their own ports to transfer personnel and goods to and from enemy territory. When a soldier is taken prisoner by an enemy, the soldier is referred to as a prisoner of war, or a POW for short. These prisoners are often used in negotiations between enemy sides. So after the war is finished, what are the outcomes of war? In every war, there is casualties. Casualties are people killed or injured in a war. On the news, it is common to hear terms such as civilian casualties or someone referred to as a casualty of war. The goal of anyone engaging in a war is victory. And victory is when you win a war. To win is an irregular verb. The opposite of victory is defeat, when you lose a war. And like the verb to win, to lose is also an irregular verb. In some wars, there is no clear victory or defeat for either side. In this case, we have the word stalemate to describe this situation. We can use this word in any kind of conflict or contest when neither side gains very much. And that brings us to the end of this English lesson on war vocabulary. Hello, you're very welcome to this English lesson on the word invasion and related vocabulary. Let's get started with the word invasion. Let's check the pronunciation. Invasion. Let's try it one more time. Invasion. Now let's take a closer look at this word with the definition. An invasion is a military offensive in which large numbers of combatants of one geopolitical entity aggressively enter territory owned by another such entity. Let's take a look at this word in a sentence example. The invasion began in the morning. One more time. The invasion began in the morning. Let's try a more advanced sentence example. The first invasion took place by sea, which was followed by an aerial attack. Types of invasion include ground invasion, aerial invasion, and coastal invasion. We also have the regular verb to invade. And this word describes the action of when an armed force enters a country or region so as to subjugate or occupy it. Let's use the verb to invade in a past simple sentence. The country invaded its neighbour last month. The country invaded its neighbour last month. Let's try an example sentence in the future simple tense. My country will invade the region tonight. My country will invade the region tonight. An invasion is commonly referred to as a hostile act, an act of aggression, or an act of war. A synonym of invasion is annexation, and we also have the verb form of this word, annex. This means to add territory to one's own territory by appropriation or by force. Let's double check our pronunciation. Annex. And we have annexation. Repeat after me. Annexation. Let's use annexation in a sentence example. The annexation of my country was brutal. The annexation of my country was brutal. And for our verb annex, the country annexed the smaller state after a short war. The country annexed the smaller state after a short war. And of course, this sentence example is in the past simple tense. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel, Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. My name is Jer and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to stay updated on all my latest English lessons. Getting back to our lesson, and up next we have the phrasal verb to take over. And like our other synonyms, this means to assume control of something. This phrasal verb is irregular with the verb to take. So with that in mind, let's take a look at a sentence example in the past tense. They took over the eastern region. In the present continuous tense, we would say, they are taking over the coastal area. And in the future tense, we could say, they will take over the city by tomorrow. We also have a noun, take over, which is all one word, and this is defined as the act of assuming control of something. Our next synonym is occupation, and we also have the regular verb to occupy. And this is the action, state, or period of occupying or being occupied by a military force. Let's check our pronunciation. Occupy. Occupy. And we have occupation. Repeat after me. Occupation. Let's check out some sentence examples. First up, the noun occupation. The occupation of my city has lasted for 3 months. And let's have an example for the regular verb occupy. The foreign invaders occupied the city for 3 weeks. And here we have an example of the past simple tense. Our next synonym is capture, and capture can be both a noun and a verb. It means the act of taking into one's possession or control by force. Let's double check our pronunciation. Capture. Repeat after me. Capture. Let's check out a sentence example with the noun capture. The capture of the city was fast and effective. And for our verb example, let's stick with the past simple tense. The army captured the city in less than a week. Moving on, we have the noun seizure and the regular verb to seize. Being synonyms, they have much the same meaning as capture and previous words. Let's double check our pronunciation. Seize. Seize. seizure, seizure. Our noun sentence example is: the seizure of the southern region happened 3 years ago. For our verb sentence example, let's try out the future simple tense. The army will seize the city in the next few hours.
Welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we'll be diving into the world of droughts and expanding our English vocabulary with a comprehensive word list. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel, hit the subscribe button to stay updated on all my latest lessons. All the words, definitions and sentence examples from today's video are located in the description, so make sure to check those out after the video. First up, let's take a look at the definition of the word drought. It is a prolonged period of abnormally low rainfall or an extended shortage of water, leading to dry conditions in a specific region. Our example sentence is: the drought lasted for several months and made life difficult for the local people. Let's move on to our next word, which is arid. This means having little or no rain, to be extremely dry or barren. Let's use it in a sentence. The arid desert landscape made it challenging for any vegetation to thrive. Let's move on to dehydration. This is the process of losing water or moisture, leading to a state of extreme dryness. We could say, staying hydrated is crucial in hot climates to avoid dehydration during prolonged periods of drought. Let's talk about parched. Parched means extremely dry, often to the point of cracking or splitting. After hours under the scorching sun, the hiker's lips were parched and he yearned for a sip of water. Our next term is water scarcity. This is a condition where the demand for water exceeds the available supply, leading to a shortage of water resources. Our example sentence is: the prolonged drought in the region resulted in water scarcity, affecting agriculture and daily life. Let's move on to reservoir. This is a man-made or natural storage area for water, often used to ensure a steady supply during dry spells. The city relied on its reservoirs to provide water during the drought, sustaining the population's needs. Evaporation. This is the process of liquid turning into vapor due to exposure to heat or sunlight. We could say, the intense heat caused rapid evaporation of the small puddles left from yesterday's rainfall. Next up, we have the term of rainwater harvesting. This is the practice of collecting and storing rainwater for future use, especially in times of drought. Let's use it in an example sentence. To conserve water during the drought, the community implemented rainwater harvesting techniques. Desertification is the process by which fertile land becomes desert, typically due to human activities or climate change. Unsustainable farming practices accelerated desertification in the region, leading to more frequent droughts. Up next, we have dust storm. This is a severe weather phenomenon in arid regions, characterized by strong winds carrying dust and sand particles. The dust storm during the drought reduced visibility and made breathing difficult for the residents. Our final term is xeriscaping. This is landscaping and gardening techniques designed to conserve water by using drought-resistant plants and efficient irrigation methods.
To save water during the drought, the homeowner opted for xeriscaping, creating a beautiful, water-efficient garden. And there you have it, my English word list related to droughts. Understanding these terms will not only improve your language skills, but also help you comprehend the challenges faced in regions affected by droughts.
Hey there, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we are diving into the fascinating world of artificial intelligence, or AI. If you're ready to boost your English vocabulary while learning about cutting-edge technology, you're in the right place. In this video, we'll explore essential AI terms that will help you navigate this exciting field. Be sure to check out the word list in the video description, which includes dictionary definitions for each term, so you can follow along and enhance your vocabulary. Let's get started. An algorithm is a step-by-step instructions or rules that a computer follows to perform a specific task. In the context of AI, algorithms play a crucial role in data processing, decision-making, and problem-solving. They're like recipes for computers, guiding them through various processes to achieve desired outcomes. Moving on to our second term, machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of AI that involves the use of algorithms and statistical models to enable computers to learn from data. Instead of being explicitly programmed, machines can improve their performance over time by identifying patterns and making predictions based on the information they've gathered. Term number 3 is neural networks. These are a fundamental concept in AI and machine learning. Neural networks are computational models inspired by the structure and functioning of the human brain. They consist of interconnected nodes or neurons that process and transmit information. Neural networks are crucial for tasks like image recognition and natural language processing. Natural language processing, often abbreviated as NLP, is a branch of AI that focuses on enabling computers to understand, interpret, and generate human language. NLP technologies are used in applications like chatbots, language translation, sentiment analysis, and text summarization. Now let's explore deep learning. This is a specialized subset of machine learning that involves complex neural networks with multiple layers. These deep neural networks can automatically learn to represent data in more abstract and hierarchical ways. This can lead to incredibly accurate results in tasks like image and speech recognition, as well as language generation. Our final term for today is data mining. This involves the process of discovering patterns, trends, and useful information from large sets of data. In the context of AI, data mining plays a crucial role in extracting insights that can be used to improve algorithms, make predictions, and enhance decision-making. And there you have it, 6 essential AI terms that will give you a solid foundation for understanding the fascinating world of artificial intelligence.
In today's lesson, we're going to take a look at some essential English vocabulary you will need for 2021. You're very welcome to my YouTube channel, Learning English Pro. My name is Jer and I'll be narrating your lesson today. So if you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English. We do need a little bit of reference before we begin to talk about 2021. The impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the entire world was huge. It was a very difficult year for a lot of people. We also had a lot of other disasters, like wildfires in Australia and the United States. And in the United States, there was a tremendous amount of civil unrest. And there was many natural disasters, like lots of flooding in Asia. So it is safe to say that everyone has had a very difficult 2020. And certainly coronavirus and the pandemic had a huge impact on the different words that we use in our everyday lives. I've covered lots of this new vocabulary on my YouTube channel, so click the link on screen now to bring you to a selection of those videos on the coronavirus and much more. So with all of this in mind, let's get started on 2021. And that's how we pronounce this year, 2021. So are you ready for your first essential word of 2021? The first word I chose is hope. Repeat after me. Hope. First, let's take a look at the noun definition of hope. Hope is an abstract noun, and it means a feeling of expectation and desire for a particular thing to happen. Our sentence example is, there is a lot of hope for the new year. And of course, hope is a regular verb, with the definition to be to desire with expectation of obtainment or fulfillment. You could say, I hope we win the competition. Or you could say, I hoped that the pandemic would be over by the fall. And of course, we have the adjective hopeful. The definition is describing a feeling or inspiring optimism about a future event. Our example sentence is, I am feeling hopeful that 2021 will be better than 2020. And of course, there is a lot to be hopeful about in 2021. We will see the distribution of medicine which will help to fight the coronavirus. And this medicine is called a vaccine, the definition of which is a substance that helps the body protect against a certain illness. The new vaccine to prevent coronavirus is becoming available in my country. We also have the regular verb to vaccinate, which means to treat a person or an animal with a vaccine to produce immunity against a disease. The nurses vaccinate the public with the new treatment. You may also hear of something called a vaccination program. This is an organized schedule and plan for the implementation and distribution of a vaccine to the general public or specific group. And a phrasal verb you may hear a lot is roll out. This means to officially launch, introduce, or distribute a new product or service. You could say the government will roll out the vaccine to senior citizens next month. Another one of our essential English words for 2021 is the adjective normal. This adjective describes things that are conforming to a standard, a usual, typical, or the expected. Our example sentence is, I hope the vaccine will help the world return to normal life. And we should take a look at this verb to return. It means to come or go back to a place, a person, or a state of being. You could say, I will return to school next month after I have received the vaccination. Or, I returned to work last Thursday. Or in the future tense, my son will return to school next month. Another word which I am sure you will hear a lot of in 2021 is the regular verb to delay. It means to make someone or something late or slow. An example sentence could be, the organizers will delay the event until later in 2021. The past participle of this word, delayed, is also quite commonly used. The 2020 Olympics has been delayed until the summer of 2021. Another word we can use instead of delay is the regular verb to postpone. This means to cause or arrange for something to take place at a time later than first scheduled. They postponed the soccer tournament until the vaccine has been distributed. Another word which I think we will use a lot in 2021 is the common noun vacation. This word means an extended period of leisure and recreation, especially one spent away from home or in travelling. When this pandemic is over, I need a vacation as soon as possible. A term I would really love to never hear again is social distancing. Why not celebrate a new term like social closeness? This term means the experience of positive emotions toward another individual or set of individuals and togetherness. And now it's time for our final essential word of 2021. It's hug. As a noun, it means an act of holding someone tightly in one's arms, typically to express affection. In 2021, I'm going to need a lot of hugs. And of course, we have a verb version of this word. Let's take a look at an example sentence. I hugged my dog every day during lockdown. Or we could say, when I get the vaccine, I will hug my mother a lot.
Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. The Winter Olympics 2022 will be held in China, and it includes 15 different disciplines in 7 sports. In this video, I will outline the different disciplines in English. The Olympics will be held in the city of Beijing and begin on the 4th of February 2022. The first discipline we will look at is the biathlon, which includes 2 different sports. Repeat after me. Biathlon. It includes the sports of cross-country skiing, along with rifle shooting. Let's move on to our next discipline, which is the bobsleigh. This sport involves timed runs down a narrow, twisting ice track. The track is run usually by teams of 2 or 4 people. The vehicle used is called a bobsled. Another type of bobsledding is a discipline known as the skeleton. The skeleton is a sport in which a person rides a small sled down a frozen track while lying face down and head first. Our next sport is luge. Repeat after me. Luge. Luge racers either go solo or work in teams of 2. And unlike the bobsleigh, a luge racer has much less protection. Let's move on to a very different type of sport, curling. Repeat after me. Curling. In curling, players slide stones on a sheet of ice towards a target area. There are 2 teams of 4 players. This game is similar to bowls, and the purpose is to accumulate the highest score for a game. Stones closest to the central target get higher points. Moving on, the sport of ice hockey is also played on a sheet of ice. Repeat after me. Ice hockey. A popular part of the Winter Olympics is figure skating. Repeat after me. Figure skating. This sport can be contested amongst individuals, pairs or groups. Disciplines in figure skating include men's and ladies singles, pairs, ice dancing and synchronized skating. Another type of skating in the Olympics is speed skating. This is racing on ice, and for shorter distances we have short track speed skating. Let's move on to different types of disciplines relating to the sport of skiing. And first up we have alpine skiing. Here alpine is an adjective describing something relating to high mountains. This type of skiing race is also known as downhill skiing.
Another type of skiing race, which is usually over a longer and flatter course, is cross-country skiing. Our next type of skiing is ski jumping. This sport involves speeding down a jumping ramp and performing an aerial style. We also have the discipline called Nordic Combined, which involves the two disciplines of cross-country skiing and jump skiing. One of the newer Winter Olympic sports is snowboarding. It has featured at the Winter Olympics since 1998. Our next discipline is known as freestyle skiing. This type of competitive skiing can consist of a skier performing aerial flips and spins, and can include skiers sliding rails and boxes on their skis. And it can be skied in skis or on a snowboard. If you want to revise any of the words covered in today's lesson, make sure to check out the word list in the description below. And that brings us to the end of our English lesson on the Winter Olympics. Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on climate change. My name is Jer and I'll be narrating your lesson, and you're very welcome to my channel, Learning English Pro. So if you're ready, let's get started learning some essential English on this really important topic. I'm sure you hear the term climate change a lot, but let's break down these words and understand what each of them means. The word climate means the weather conditions prevailing in an area in general or over a long period. So you can have places which have a cold climate, a climate which has lots of snow or is very cold, or you can have a hot climate, a place with high temperatures and perhaps not too much rain. Or how about a tropical climate which is humid and can have lush greenery but some dynamic weather. All around the world, we have many different types of climates. Okay, let's move on to our next word, which is change. You may know change as a common verb, which means to make or become different. So when we put these two words together, climate change, it means a change in global or regional climate patterns. And we often see this change in rainfall and temperature. When we talk about rainfall and climate change, it's important to note that a climate may experience an increase or a decrease in rainfall. Someone in one part of the world may say, there is a lot less rain in my region due to climate change. And in a different part say, the climate in my country is much wetter now. And also, scientists have observed that the Earth's surface is warming. Some of the hottest years on record have been in the last 20 years. What can we call this? Is it a problem, an emergency, a crisis, a disaster, a meltdown? The term we use is global warming. Let's break this down to understand these words. Global is an adjective, and it means something that is relating to the whole world, something that is worldwide. In this term, the word warming is a noun, and it means the process of making something or of becoming warm or warmer. So how is this warming affecting the Earth? One way is wildfires, and these are large destructive fires that spread quickly over woodland. In 2020, we saw massive wildfires in Australia and the Western USA, which were very devastating. The greatest warming of the Earth's surface is taking place at the Arctic. There has been a huge increase in the reduction of sea ice. You might hear a lot that the sea ice is melting. The word to melt is important, and its definition is to make or become liquefied by heat. A sentence example is, ice melts in the heat. And because of this melting ice, the Earth is experiencing rising sea levels. Let's take a closer look at the word rise, which is a verb and a noun. The verb definition is to move from a lower position to a higher one, to come or go up. You could say, climate change will cause the sea level to rise. And moving on to the noun definition of rise, it means an upward movement, an instance of rising. Let's have a look at a sentence example. The recent rise in temperature is concerning. A question you may ask is, if the Earth is getting warmer, why do we sometimes still have very bad winters? Answer is that we have also more intense or extreme weather with climate change. Like we can have much colder winters with much heavier snow. Another problem is that the planet is experiencing a lot more storms and extreme conditions. So just to summarize, global warming is causing climate change. Or another way we could say it is that climate change is a result of global warming. So then we need to ask the question, what is causing global warming? I'm sure you know the reason why, but to say it in English, we would say the emission of gases which damage the atmosphere is causing climate change. Let's take a closer look at this word emission, which is a noun which means the production and discharge of something, especially gas or radiation. Another important word is atmosphere. This noun means the layer of gases surrounding the Earth or another planet. The two gases which are causing the problem of climate change are carbon dioxide and methane. To understand climate change, you need to know a lot of the heat from the sun should bounce off the Earth into space. But with the additional carbon dioxide and methane in the atmosphere, this creates a layer which traps heat from the sun in the Earth's atmosphere. And of course, we have a term for this. It is called the greenhouse effect. The full definition is the trapping of the sun's warmth in the planet's lower atmosphere. And unfortunately, the main cause of climate change, global warming, and the greenhouse effect is human activity, and we are doing it through the following ways: electricity and heat production, industry like manufacturing, and we produce a lot of gases with our transportation. Another area of human activity which causes a lot of waste is agriculture, and the commercial industry also contributes to gas production. Another big contributor is wastes, leaks and accidents. Another huge problem which is contributing to the issue is deforestation. Let's take a look at the definition of this noun. It means the permanent removal of trees to make room for something besides a forest, and deforestation is happening all around the world. But why is it contributing to the problem of climate change and global warming? Trees absorb carbon dioxide in a process we call photosynthesis. And without our forests, the Earth's atmosphere will gain too much carbon dioxide and overheat. And if you want to learn more about photosynthesis in English, check out my video on my YouTube channel. The link for the video is on the screen right now. Let's move on and ask an important question. How can we help stop climate change? A handy way to remember how you can help is the 3 R's. Reduce. Use less things in your daily life. Reuse. Use things again or more than once. And you should always recycle. Convert waste or unwanted items into reusable material. If you love nature, you may be called a nature lover or an environmentalist, conservationist, eco-warrior, or preservationist. Environmental activism describes a movement which is concerned with and/or advocates for the protection of the environment. This is done through political actions such as public protests or at elections in aid of environmental issues. Within the subject of climate change, we also have a climate denier, and this is a person who rejects the proposition that climate change caused by human activity is occurring. But thankfully, these type of people are in the minority. Before we finish, please let me know in the comments in your best English how you are helping the fight against climate change. Please share any great tips that you have for recycling, reducing or reusing. I'd really like to thank you so much for watching my video today. And while you're here, why not subscribe to my YouTube channel? I have lots of fantastic English lessons like this one on money vocabulary. Click the link on screen now to bring you to that video. And coming up on screen are even more video suggestions for you. And you can check out my social media. The links are in the description below. Have a fantastic day and remember, keep learning English like a pro. Someone in one...
Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, we will take a look at English vocabulary relating to heat waves. And if this is the first time you're visiting my channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button and drop me a like. So, if you're ready, let's get started on our lesson. And our first word is heat wave. A heat wave is a prolonged period of excessively hot weather, typically with high temperatures and little or no rainfall. And now let's take a look at our example sentence. The prolonged heat wave brought soaring temperatures, making it challenging to stay cool even indoors. Next up we have scorching. Scorching means extremely hot or burning. During a heat wave, you might feel the scorching rays of the sun on your skin. Let's take a look at our second example sentence. The scorching heat wave turned the park into an oven, with the playground equipment too hot to touch. Moving on, our next word is sweltering. Sweltering describes the oppressive heat that makes you feel uncomfortable and sweaty. People sought refuge in air-conditioned malls to escape the sweltering heat wave that enveloped the city. Now let's talk about our next word, which is melting. Melting is the action or process of liquefying due to heat. For our example sentence we have, the glaciers were melting more than usual because of the increase in temperature. Our next word is dehydration. Dehydration is the condition of losing too much water from your body due to extreme heat and not drinking enough fluids. With the scorching temperatures during the heat wave, it was essential to drink plenty of water to avoid dehydration. And our next word is the opposite of dehydration, hydration. This is the act of keeping the body well supplied with water, especially crucial during hot weather. And let's take a look at this in a sentence. Staying on top of hydration was crucial during the heat wave to prevent heat-related illnesses. Next, we have heat exhaustion, an important term. This is a heat-related illness characterized by heavy sweating, weakness, dizziness, and nausea, often caused by prolonged exposure to high temperatures. After hours of outdoor activities in the heat wave, Sarah began experiencing symptoms of heat exhaustion. Next, we have heat stroke. Heat stroke is a severe heat-related condition that can be life-threatening. It occurs when the body's temperature regulation system fails and the body overheats. Without proper precautions, heat stroke became a significant concern during the intense heat wave.
Now let's learn about air conditioning. Air conditioning is a system that cools and dehumidifies indoor air, providing relief during heat waves. The office became an oasis of comfort with its air conditioning system during the oppressive heat wave. Moving on, we have sunscreen. Sunscreen is a lotion, cream, or spray applied to the skin to protect it from the harmful effects of the sun's ultraviolet rays during heat waves. Before heading to the beach during the heat wave, it was vital to apply sunscreen to protect the skin from harmful UV rays. Lastly, we'll talk about heat resistant. The term heat resistant refers to materials or substances that can withstand high temperatures without melting or deteriorating. Let's take a look at our final sentence example. The heat-resistant materials of the water bottles ensured that they remained safe to use even in the scorching heat wave. And there you have it, a collection of English vocabulary related to heat waves. I hope you found these definitions helpful and informative.
Hello dear viewers, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we have a special vocabulary word list all about weddings. Whether you're attending a wedding, planning one, or just curious about wedding related terms, you've come to the right place. If you want to follow along, all the terms for this video and their definitions are in the video description. So if you're ready, let's get started. Our first term is the bride. The bride is the woman who is getting married, and the groom is the man who is getting married. The wedding ceremony is the formal event where the marriage vows are exchanged, and the vows are promises made by the couple to each other during the ceremony. An engagement ring is the ring given to the bride, or in some cases the groom, as a symbol of their engagement. And wedding rings are the rings exchanged between a couple during the wedding ceremony. Let's move on and take a look at other people who participate in the wedding, like the bridesmaids. Bridesmaids are close friends or family members who assist the bride during the wedding. And the groomsmen are close friends or family members who assist the groom during the wedding. The maid of honor is the chief bridesmaid who supports the bride during the wedding. And the best man has a similar role. He is the chief groomsman who supports the groom. A bouquet or a wedding bouquet is a bunch of flowers carried by the bride, or in some cases the groom, during the ceremony. A tuxedo is formal attire worn by groom or groomsmen, or in some cases a bride, during a wedding. A veil is a piece of sheer fabric worn by the bride that covers her face until the ceremony. A bachelorette party, which is an American term, is a pre-wedding celebration for the bride with her friends and family. In British English, a bachelorette party is called a hen party. And the equivalent party for the groom is called the bachelor party in American English, or the stag party in British English. The wedding cake is a special cake served at the wedding reception, and it is first cut by the newly married couple and then served to wedding guests. A honeymoon is the vacation taken by the newlyweds after the wedding. A tradition upheld in lots of weddings is the bouquet toss. This is a long-standing tradition where the bride, or in some cases a groom, throws their bouquet to a group of single people, and the superstition is that whoever catches the bouquet will be next to be married.
Let's move on to the first dance. This is the initial dance between the newly married couple at the reception. The father of the bride is, of course, the bride's father, who often walks her down the aisle. The father of the bride traditionally pays for the entire wedding, but that's changed these days. A toast is a speech given to congratulate and honour the couple. A wedding planner is a professional who helps organise and plan the wedding. A chapel is a place of worship where wedding ceremonies often take place. These days, lots of people choose to get married outside of a chapel or a church situation, so you can really get married anywhere. It just depends on the laws in your jurisdiction. The ceremony officiant is the person who conducts the wedding ceremony. And our last term is the registry. This is a list of desired gifts created by the couple and provided to guests. And there you have it, our comprehensive English vocabulary word list for weddings. I hope you enjoyed learning these useful terms and that they help you better understand the magical world of weddings. Welcome back everyone, it's Ger. This will be my new lesson on an in-depth journey through the fascinating world of primates. In this video, we'll explore 15 types of primates, uncovering terms relating to their origins, history, dietary habits, and intriguing behaviours. And if you want to follow along, the complete glossary for this lesson is waiting for you in the video description. So without further ado, let's start our lesson on primates. Our journey begins with lemurs, and these charming primates can only be found in the wild in Madagascar. Lemurs have been around for approximately 60 million years, making them one of the most ancient primate lineages. They primarily dine on fruits, leaves, and insects. Some lemurs are known for their peculiar habit of sunbathing in the morning to warm up. These primates are crucial to the biodiversity of Madagascar's ecosystems, playing a vital role in seed dispersal and pollination. Sadly, many lemur species are endangered due to habitat loss and other threats. Next up, we have the tarsier, hailing from Southeast Asia. These primates have been around for about 45 million years, and their diet mainly consists of insects, making them agile hunters. Tarsiers are unique for their constant owl-like gaze and the ability to rotate their heads nearly 180 degrees. Unlike many primates, tarsiers are solitary animals and have minimal social interactions. They establish their territories and communicate through high-pitched calls, which are almost ultrasonic and inaudible to human ears. Capuchin monkeys inhabit Central and South America. They've been thriving there for approximately 45 million years. These intelligent primates feed on fruits, nuts, and small animals. One of the most striking features of capuchins is their distinctive appearance, with tufts of hair on their heads that resemble the hoods worn by capuchin friars, which is how they got their name. Capuchin monkeys have earned a reputation for their remarkable problem-solving skills. They are known to use tools in the wild, a behaviour rarely observed in non-human animals. These clever primates use rocks and sticks to extract tasty morsels from hard-to-reach places, showcasing their adaptability and ingenuity. Gibbons, known for their enchanting songs, reside in Southeast Asia. and they've been swinging through trees for around 20 million years. Their diet includes fruits and leaves. Gibbons are masters of brachiation, swinging effortlessly from branch to branch with their long arms. One of the most unique aspects of gibbon behavior is their monogamous family structure. Gibbons typically form lifelong pair bonds with a single mate, and they often sing duets together as a way of strengthening their bond and defending their territory. Howler monkeys are found in the rainforests of Central and South America. They've been calling these jungles home for nearly 15 million years. One of the most remarkable features of howler monkeys is their powerful vocal cords. They produce some of the loudest sounds in the animal kingdom, and their deep guttural howls can be heard for miles. These vocalizations serve to establish territory and communicate with other members of their troop. Howler monkeys are primarily folivores, which means their diet primarily consists of leaves, and they can spend a significant portion of their day eating to meet their nutritional needs. Orangutans are the largest arboreal or tree-dwelling mammals on Earth. Their lineage dates back millions of years, and they represent the only great ape species found outside of Africa. These gentle giants are primarily frugivores, with fruits making up a significant portion of their diet. They also consume leaves, bark, insects, and even small vertebrates when the opportunity arises. One of the most distinctive features of orangutans is their remarkable intelligence. They are known for their problem-solving abilities and can use tools to assist in foraging. Orangutans have been observed fashioning tools from branches to extract insects or honey from tree crevices. Orangutans have a predominantly solitary lifestyle, with males and females coming together only for brief periods during mating. This solitary behavior is unusual amongst the great apes. Female orangutans are known for building elaborate nests high in the trees each night, where they rest and sleep. Male orangutans are recognized by their striking cheek pads, known as flanges, which develop as they reach maturity. Gorillas belong to the same family as humans, and we share a common ancestor. They are the largest living primates, with adult males known as silverbacks due to the silver hairs on their back weighing up to 400 pounds or more. Despite their size and strength, gorillas are known for their peaceful and non-aggressive nature. These herbivorous primates primarily feed on plants including leaves, stems, fruits, and flowers. Their massive jaws and large, powerful teeth help them process tough vegetation. Gorillas spend a significant portion of their day foraging and eating to meet their dietary needs. Gorillas live in close-knit family groups, led by a dominant silverback male. These family units include females, their offspring, and sometimes subordinate males. The silverback is responsible for protecting the group and mediating disputes. One of the most endearing aspects of gorilla behavior is their strong social bonds. They engage in grooming rituals which serve to reinforce these bonds and maintain group cohesion. Our journey now takes us deep into the dense forest of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we encounter the captivating bonobos. The bonobos share a common ancestor with chimpanzees, which we'll cover in a little while, and humans, and they have been evolving for approximately 2 million years. They live in close-knit communities, and conflicts are often resolved through bonding and sexual interactions rather than aggression. This makes them unique amongst the great apes. Bonobos are omnivores, with their diet consisting of a wide range of foods including fruits, leaves, stems, and the occasional insect or small animal. They are known for their remarkable foraging abilities, using tools like sticks to extract termites or ants from tree bark. Bonobos have a reputation for their frequent and diverse sexual behaviors, which play a significant role in their social dynamics. They use sexual interactions as a way to diffuse tension, establish social bonds, and reinforce cooperation within their groups. Rhesus macaques are native to a wide range of environments across Asia, from forests to urban areas, and one of the most remarkable features about them is their adaptability to various habitats. They are equally at home in dense forests, grasslands, and even urban areas. This adaptability has allowed them to thrive in a changing world. These primates are highly social and live in complex societies with strict dominance hierarchies. They form tight-knit troops led by a dominant male, and their social interactions involve grooming, vocalizations, and intricate communication. Spider monkeys are native to the lush forests of Central and South America. They have been swinging through the trees for around 25 million years, making them one of the oldest New World monkey lineages. One of the most distinctive features of spider monkeys is their remarkably long and slender limbs, which make them agile acrobats in the treetops. Their prehensile tails, which can be used like an extra hand, are capable of gripping branches with incredible strength. These primates live in social groups which can vary in size from a few individuals to over 30 members. Troop dynamics are complex, and they often have a dominant female who plays a significant role in leading and making group decisions. Colobus monkeys are native to various regions of Africa, including the forests of East and Central Africa, and they've been thriving there for millions of years, adapting to their forested habitats. One of their most distinctive features is their striking black and white fur, which sets them apart from many other primate species. Their name, colobus, is derived from the Greek word for mutilated, referring to their apparent lack of thumbs. These primates have a predominantly arboreal lifestyle, spending most of their time in treetops. They typically live in small family groups led by a dominant male. Group members engage in grooming rituals which serve to strengthen social bonds and maintain group cohesion. Our journey takes us to the lush rainforests and savannas of Africa, where we encounter our closest living relatives, the highly intelligent and social chimpanzees. They are known for their problem-solving abilities and use of tools such as sticks and leaves for various purposes. Chimpanzees have been observed crafting tools to extract termites from mounds or crack open nuts. They are omnivores with a diverse diet that includes fruit, leaves, stems, insects, and occasionally small mammals. They have a remarkable ability to form and maintain strong emotional bonds within their groups. They engage in grooming rituals, which help strengthen social bonds and reduce tensions within the community. Unfortunately, chimpanzees face significant threats from habitat loss, poaching, and diseases like Ebola. Conservation efforts are essential to protect these highly intelligent and socially complex primates. Across various habitats in Africa and parts of Arabia, we encounter the resilient and adaptable baboons. One of the most distinctive features of baboons is their dog-like snouts and robust bodies. They vary in size depending on the species, with males being larger than females. They are opportunistic feeders, and their diet can vary depending on what's available in their habitat. They are highly social, and troop sizes can range from a few individuals to over 100 members. Baboons are highly adaptable and have successfully adjusted to living in proximity to human settlements. However, this proximity has also made them susceptible to conflict with humans, leading to challenges for their conservation. Now let's shift our focus to Neanderthals. These fascinating hominins lived in Eurasia alongside early humans for hundreds of thousands of years. They had a varied diet, including meat from hunting large game, as well as plants and possibly seafood. They were skilled tool makers and adapted to challenging environments. They are part of a shared human history and have left a lasting impact on our understanding of human evolution. Our species, Homo sapiens or humans, have been evolving for hundreds of thousands of years. We originated in Africa and gradually spread across the globe. Humans are incredibly adaptable omnivores, with diets ranging from region to region and era to era. We have the unique ability to cook and process food, which has played a crucial role in our development and success as a species. Thank you for joining me on this in-depth exploration of the primate world. Hey there, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we are taking on a mysterious aerial showdown, UFO versus UAP. What's the difference? For ages, when we saw something strange in the sky, we'd shout UFO, unidentified flying object. But wait, there's a plot twist. UFOs are now associated with aliens and little green men, making scientists and politicians who want to discuss the issue uncomfortable. They want to be taken seriously, so enter UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. UAP covers it all, from curious balloons to unexplained objects. It's a more encompassing term. Bye-bye cultural baggage, UAP gives us a fresh start for honest scientific exploration and less embarrassed senators. However, for everyday folk, UFO is still the cultural heavyweight. It's the term you're more than likely to hear on social media, newspaper headlines, and in general conversation. So for now, language enthusiasts will have to get used to hearing and maybe using both. Just be mindful of the situation and you'll be fine. That's all for now, but if you want lots more interesting English language guides, head over to my YouTube channel, Learning English Pro, and subscribe.
Have you ever wondered what Halloween really is? Or maybe you're more interested in learning some new English vocabulary related to Halloween? Stay tuned because we have a great vocabulary video for you today, all about Halloween. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified every time we post a new English lesson. So let's begin our video by discussing Halloween a little bit and where this strange tradition comes from. Halloween is an ancient Celtic festival, and it originates in Ireland, Wales and Scotland, and its original name was Samhain. These Celtic people believed that the barrier to the spirit world would be at its weakest during Halloween, and it was possible for the spirits or fairies to visit our world. The festival involved leaving food and offerings to the dead outside the home, and even setting a place at the dinner table for them. Eventually, it became tradition to dress up in costume or disguise and go door to door, singing songs in exchange for food. Halloween is now celebrated on the 31st of October, and it is hugely popular, especially in the USA. And it is celebrated by young and old. There is no age restrictions on this festival or tradition. Next up, let's discuss Halloween costumes and some characters you might like to dress up as. When it comes to Halloween, you might be asked the following questions. What are you wearing for Halloween? Or what costume will you wear to the party? Or another variant of this question is, what will you dress up as for Halloween? All these questions refer to a costume, an outfit worn to create the appearance or characteristic of a particular period, person, place, or thing. So let's go on and have a look at some of the common things people dress up as for Halloween. This is a witch. Repeat after me. Witch.
And next up we have a vampire. Repeat after me. Vampire. And our next scary creature is a ghost. Repeat after me. Ghost. Our next costume idea is a skeleton. Skeleton. Another idea for a costume is to dress up like a famous person, and sometimes they can be even more terrifying than a ghost or a witch, like a well-known American politician. You can really pick anything to be your costume, like a sports player, a profession like a doctor, or how about an historical or cultural character like Santa. You can even dress up as an animal, or even an object, like a book or a planet or a car, whatever you can think of to make into your costume. It all comes down to your imagination. And you can get lots of ideas on Google for your costume. So the next thing we want to discuss in our video is a Halloween tradition called trick or treat. With modern Halloween celebrations, young children visit neighbours in an act we call trick or treating. So you dress up in your costume, and when a neighbour opens the door, the children scream, "Trick or treat." So what this means is that the children are demanding a treat like candy or chocolate, and if they do not receive anything, there will be a bad trick played on the neighbour. And the goal of trick-or-treating is to get lots of candy, chocolate, and if you're unlucky, fruit and nuts. For adults or grown-ups, it is more common to attend a Halloween party, and this is a social event where you dress up in your costume and have some fun with your friends or your family. And these parties can involve playing games, like apple bobbing, or there might be some drinking, and even some dancing. So Halloween is lots of fun for lots of different people. Now it's time to put that vocabulary into action, and let's have a look at some example sentences. I am going to the Halloween party and I will dress up as a witch. Let's try it one more time. I am going to the Halloween party and I will dress up as a witch. Okay, let's move on to our next sentence. I need to find a cloak and makeup for my vampire costume. I need to find a cloak and makeup for my vampire costume. Okay, let's move on to our next sentence. I am going trick or treating with my friend tonight for Halloween. I am going trick or treating with my friend tonight for Halloween. My sister and I are going trick or treating together later. I hope we get lots of candy and chocolate. One more time. My sister and I are going trick or treating together later. I hope we get lots of candy and chocolate. And now for our last sentence example. I am so excited about Halloween and getting lots of nice things to eat, but I cannot decide if I want to be a ghost or a skeleton. Okay, let's do it one more time. I'm so excited about Halloween and getting lots of nice things to eat, but I cannot decide if I want to be a ghost or a skeleton.
Hello and welcome to the bumper quiz of 2021 from Learning English Pro. In this quiz, I will be asking you 21 tricky questions about the past year, including some of the English vocabulary we've covered on my channel. Can you get a perfect score? Grab a few friends and some pens and paper and get ready for a super cool quiz. All videos referenced in the quiz are linked in the description. If you're ready, let's begin with our first question. In January, Joe Biden became the 46th President of the USA. What is the name of his Vice President? Choose your answer from the three options. Time is now up. The correct answer is Kamala Harris.
It's time for our next question. What word is used to describe the events that happened on January the 6th at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C.? The correct answer is the second choice, insurrection.
It's not protest, it's insurrection.
Question 3. What is the name of the NASA rover which landed on the planet Mars on the 18th of February 2021? Your time is up. The correct answer is Perseverance. Next up, a question on English vocabulary covered on my channel. Which of these is a synonym of habitat? Time is up. The correct answer is the third option, territory. For question 5, we're sticking with vocabulary. What type of hat is this? Time is up. The correct answer is top hat. For more on hats, check out my English vocabulary. Links for videos are in the description below. Question 6. The Eurovision Song Contest final was held on the 22nd of May in Rotterdam. Which country won the competition? If you answered Italy, you were correct. The competition was won by the Italian band Måneskin. And we're staying in Europe for question 7. On May the 29th, which team beat Manchester City Football Club to win the UEFA Champions League? Your time is up. The correct answer is Chelsea. On my channel this year, we discussed a lot of vocabulary relating to bridges. So for question 8, what type of bridge is this? Time's up. The correct answer is drawbridge. Question 9. On July 19th, Blue Origin conducted its first human test flight with its owner and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos on board. How long did the craft spend in outer space? The correct answer is 10 minutes. Also on my channel, we covered a lot of vocabulary relating to trees. So for question 10, I'm going to ask you what adjective is commonly used to describe the willow tree. Your time is up. The correct answer was the second option, weeping. For question 11, we're going to the Summer Olympics, which were held in Tokyo, Japan in August 2021. Which country took home the most gold medals? This is a tricky one. If you answered the USA, you're correct. They won 39 gold medals in total. For question 12, we are heading back to our English vocabulary. What is the name of this type of roof? Time's up. If you answered thatched, you are correct. For question 13, what is the name of this type of boat? And the correct answer is gondola. These can be seen on the canals in Venice, Italy. Question 14. Which song sung by Olivia Rodrigo is the most streamed song on Spotify for 2021? The correct answer is her smash hit, Driver's License. What a great tune. Let's stay with music for question 15. Adele released her fourth album, 30, on the 19th of November. But can you tell me her full name? This was a seriously tricky question, so if you got it right, congratulations. Adele Laurie Blue Atkins is Adele's full name. In late 2021, I published a couple of videos on animal names in English. So for question 16, what is a female seahorse called? If you answered sea mare, you answered correctly. Recently, we also covered lots of vocabulary relating to hairdressers and hair. So for our next question, can you tell me in English what we call a person who cuts men's hair? The correct answer is barber. On December 9th, HBO Max released a sequel TV series to Sex and the City. What is it called? The correct answer is And Just Like That. Can you believe we're on question 19 already? And we're back to vocabulary. What is the hair on the back of a horse's head called? The correct answer is the first option, mane. We're almost finished. It's question 20. Famous novelist Anne Rice died on December 11th. What best-selling vampire book series is she best known for? Time's up. The correct answer is The Vampire Chronicles. It's time for our last question, and I think it's the most difficult. In December 2021, NASA and its international partners replaced the long-serving Hubble telescope. What is the name of its replacement? If you answered the James Webb Space Telescope, very well done. This was a really difficult question. And that brings us to the end of our quiz. If you enjoyed it, make sure to check out the other quizzes on my channel. So now it's time to check the scores and see how you did. If you scored from 0 to 7, I'd recommend to review some of the videos suggested in this video. If you got from 8 to 15, you did great work. Maybe check out some of the more advanced English vocabulary lessons on my channel. And if you scored from 16 to 21, you are top of the class. Why not give some of my other quizzes a go? Thanks so much for taking my quiz. Hello, you are very welcome to this special video quiz from Learning English Pro. Join me as I test your knowledge and vocabulary on the past year, 2022. All the videos featured in the quiz are available in the description below. So grab a few friends and a pen and paper to keep score, and let's begin our quiz. Let's take a look at our first question. In 2022, Russia invaded the country of Ukraine. What is the name of the Ukrainian president? Choose your answer from the three options below. The correct answer is the first option, Volodymyr Zelensky. Let's move on to our next question. In January 2022, I published a video on containers. What do you call this type of container? The correct answer is carton. And if you want to check out that video, the link for that is on screen right now. In February, China hosted the Winter Olympics. With this in mind, what is the name of this sport? And the correct answer is the second option, the luge. Next up, we have a question on anatomy and vocabulary. What is the name of this part of the ear? If you answered lobe, you are 100% correct. In 2022, with the war in Ukraine, we heard a lot about sanctions. But which one of these is a synonym of the word sanction? The correct answer is punishment. If you want to learn more about sanctions, check out this video which I published earlier this year. Let's move to the world of entertainment. The Academy Film Awards were held in March 2022, but who won Best Actress? The correct answer is the second option, Jessica Chastain. She won her Oscar for her role in the film The Eyes of Tammy Faye, which I'd highly recommend if you get a chance to see it. On May the 28th, which team beat Liverpool Football Club to win the UEFA Champions League? The correct answer is the first option, Real Madrid, a Spanish team. They won by 1-0. On July the 11th, which newly operational telescope sent this image back to Earth? The correct answer is the James Webb Space Telescope. Let's move on to our next question, question number 9. If you'd seen my vocabulary video on bags, you will know what type of bag is this. The correct answer is satchel. This is an old type of school bag which is used much more in fashion these days. In September, the first episode of The Lord of the Rings of Power premiered. Who is the author who wrote the books the show is based on? Our correct answer is the first option, J.R.R. Tolkien. The first book, Fellowship of the Ring, was published in 1954. Next up, a question on British politics. How long did former British Prime Minister Liz Truss last in the position? The correct answer is the second option, 49 days. Staying in the UK, Queen Elizabeth died on September the 8th, 2022. But what was her full name? The correct answer is Elizabeth Alexandra Mary. Let's have another question on vocabulary. What is the name of this medical instrument? The correct answer is stethoscope. If you'd like to learn more about medical instruments, check out my video. The link is on screen right now. In October, Elon Musk purchased the social media platform Twitter. But how much did he pay for it? And the correct answer is an astonishing $44 billion. Our next question takes us back to politics. On the 30th of October, Brazil held its general election. But who won the race for the presidency? The winner of the race was Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. He won the election with over 60 million votes. In November, I published an English vocabulary lesson on different types of restaurants. With this in mind, what do you call this type of restaurant featured on screen? The correct answer is the third option, buffet. Let's move on to question number 17. In late November, Disney Plus released the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special. But what is the name of this character? The answer is the second option, Groot. Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special is available on Disney Plus and it's well worth a look. 2022 also saw me publishing an entire series on math and English. You should definitely check it out. So with this in mind, what is another name for this symbol, commonly known in math as the division sign? The correct answer is the third option, obelus. Well done if you got this right. This was a tricky question. I also recently published a video on English portmanteaus. Which portmanteau describes a meal which mixes lunch and breakfast? The correct answer is the first option, brunch. And our last question takes us all the way to the end of the year. What is the name of this Christmas decoration? Our final answer is the third option, tinsel. And if you're looking for more English Christmas vocabulary, you should definitely check out my channel and my playlist on holiday season English vocabulary. And that brings us to the end of our quiz. So now it's time to tally up your score. Count up all your correct answers and let's check the results. If you got 7 or less, hard luck. Maybe try some of my more basic videos to give your English a real boost. If you score between 8 and 15, well done. You did very well. Now it's time to advance your English with lessons which are a little bit more difficult. And if you scored between 16 and 20, congratulations, you are top of the class. Maybe it's time to try out some other quizzes on my channel. Thank you so much for participating in my quiz. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I hope you have a fantastic 2023 and remember, keep learning English like a pro. Hi there folks, welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're diving into the mystical world of witches. All the terms covered are in the description. Let's start with the heart of our topic, a witch. A witch is a person who practices magic and often has a deep connection to the supernatural. Witches have a complex history, originating in ancient times as practitioners of magic and healing. Over the centuries, perception shifted due to factors like religious changes. The medieval period saw the witch hunts, accusing many, particularly women, of witchcraft and leading to trials and executions. In modern times, witches are often linked to positive pagan and Wiccan practices. And we also see a lot of depictions of witches in our culture like TV and movies. Now that we know what a witch is and its definition in English, let's move on to our next term, which is coven. A coven is a gathering of witches who come together to share their knowledge, perform rituals, and support each other in their magical pursuits. It's like a tight-knit community of spellcasters. A witch's familiar is often portrayed as an animal companion, like a black cat or an owl. A familiar will assist a witch in their magical endeavours. It's said to share a strong bond with its witch and aids in casting spells. Let's move on to our next bewitching word, which is a cauldron. Picture a large, bubbling pot. That's a cauldron. Witches often use cauldrons to mix their magical potions and brews. It's a symbol of transformation and power in many witchcraft traditions. Spells are magical incantations that witches recite to create specific effects. Whether it's a love spell or a protection spell, these incantations are at the heart of a witch's craft. A hex is a type of curse or spell that's intended to bring harm to someone. It's the darker side of witchcraft, often associated with bad luck or misfortune. The witch's mode of transportation, the broomstick. While witches probably don't really fly on broomsticks, these iconic objects have become synonymous with their imagery. Potions are magical concoctions brewed by witches. From love potions to ones that grant invisibility, these mixtures are essential tools in a witch's arsenal, and they're made in the cauldron, which we covered earlier. Next up, we have a witchy verb, to enchant. This means to cast a spell over someone or something, often to captivate or influence them. Witches are masters of enchantment, using their magic to create fascination. The term we've already mentioned in this video is incantation. This is a set of words that are chanted or spoken during a ritual or spell casting. It's like the magical recipe that brings a spell to life. Wicca is a modern pagan witchcraft and spiritual movement. It emphasizes a connection with nature, rituals, and the use of magic for positive purposes. The pentagram is a 5-pointed star often associated with witchcraft. It holds various symbolic meanings and is sometimes used as a protective symbol by witches. Having drawn our thoughts around the pentagram, let's proceed to our next mystical term. Divination is the practice of gaining insight into the future or hidden knowledge through methods like tarot cards, crystal balls, or reading omens. Witches often use divination to guide their actions. Paganism refers to various non-Abrahamic religions that are often nature-focused and have a rich history of magical practices. It's a broader category that includes many different paths. Let's move on to warlock. This is a little bit of a different term. Contrary to popular belief, a warlock isn't typically a male witch. Historically, it was used to refer to an oath breaker or traitor within magical circles. A grimoire is a book of magical knowledge and instructions, often passed down through generations of witches. It contains spells, rituals, and information about various aspects of magic. A synonym of grimoire is spellbook. Incense plays a significant role in witchcraft rituals. It's a fragrant substance that's burned to purify the air and create a specific atmosphere, and to enhance magical workings. Our next term is ancestor spirits. These are believed to be the souls of one's ancestors who offer guidance, protection, and wisdom from the spirit realm. Many witches honor and seek the wisdom of these spirits in their practices. With the ancient spirits on our side, let's move on to the penultimate term on our bewitching word list, Sabbat. Sabbats are important seasonal festivals in witchcraft traditions, marking significant points in the year, such as solstice and equinoxes. These celebrations often involve rituals, feastings, and connecting with nature. And let's conclude our magical word list with our final term, crystal magic. Crystal magic involves using crystals and gemstones to enhance magical intentions. Each crystal is believed to have unique properties that can influence energy, healing, and various aspects of life. And there we have it, folks, the ultimate guide to witches, featuring 20 terms related to witches. Whether you're interested in exploring the Wiccan world, or maybe you're doing some creative writing about witches, these terms will really help you communicate the stories of these supernatural beings. If you enjoyed this lesson, please make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay connected.
Hi everyone, with Valentine's Day approaching, I thought I would dial up the romance on Learning English Pro and bring you some of my favourite classic English love poems. I'm diving into the past to bring you some exquisite and romantic verse, and if you're a big romantic like me and want even more vocabulary and help with your English this Valentine's Day, check out my selection of videos which will help you boost your English knowledge and maybe even your romance skills. As usual, I'm including the content from today's video in the description below, so make sure to check out all the poems after the video. Our first poem in our lesson comes from the poet Elizabeth Barrett Browning. She was alive during the 19th century and was popular in Britain and the United States during her lifetime. Today I'll be covering her poem, How Do I Love Thee?
How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight for the ends of being an ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely as men strive for right. I love thee purely as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seem to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life, and if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Our next love poem comes from William Butler Yeats, who was an Irish poet, dramatist and prose writer. We'll be covering his poem, When You Are Old. When you are old and grey and full of sleep, and nodding by the fire, take down this book, and slowly read and dream of the soft look your eyes had once, and of their shadows deep. How many loved your moments of glad grace, and loved your beauty with love false or true, but one man loved the pilgrim soul in you, and loved the sorrows of your changing face. And bending down beside the glowing bars, murmur a little sadly how love fled and paced upon the mountains overhead, and hid his face amid a crowd of stars. Let's move on to our next poem from the poet E. Cummings. Cummings was an American poet, painter, author, and playwright. The poem we will cover, I Carry Your Heart With Me, I Carry It In, is unusual in its grammar and construction. I carry your heart with me, I carry it in my heart. I am never without it. Anywhere I go, you go, my dear. And whatever is done by only me is your doing, my darling. I fear no fate, for you are my fate, my sweet. I want no world, for beautiful you are my world, my true, and it's you are whatever a moon has always meant, and whatever a sun will always sing is you. Here is the deepest secret nobody knows. Here is the root of the root, and the bud of the bud, and the sky of a tree called life, which grows higher than soul can hope or mind can hide. And this is the wonder that's keeping the stars apart. I carry your heart. I carry it in my heart. Our next poem comes from the American Walt Whitman. He was alive during the 19th century. He is often called the father of free verse. Free verse is a type of poetry that doesn't use consistent meter patterns, rhyme, or any kind of musical pattern. Let's take a look at his poem, A Glimpse. A glimpse through an interstice caught of a crowd of workmen and drivers in a bar room around the stove late of a winter night, and I unremarked seated in a corner, of a youth who loves me and whom I love, silently approaching and sitting himself near, that he may hold me by the hand a long while amid the noises of coming and going, of drinking and oath and smutty jest. There we two content, happy in being together, speak little, perhaps not a word. For our final love poem, we are going back to the 18th century with the Scottish poet and lyricist Robert Burns. We're covering his poem, A Red, Red Rose. Oh, my love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love is like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. So fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till the sea's gone dry. Till the sea's gone dry, my dear, and the rocks melt with the sun, I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands of life shall run. And fare thee well, my only love, and fare thee well a while, and I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 mile.
And that brings us to the end of this English lesson on love poetry. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know which one is your favourite in the comments below. Hello, this is Learning English Pro and my name is Jer. I'm your online tutor and guide. You're very welcome to Learning English Pro's Geography Masterclass. Today we embark on an enriching journey designed for beginners, aiming to enhance your English vocabulary with key geography terms. In this initial lesson, we'll focus on pronunciation, spelling, and practical usage of 20 essential landscape terms, great for geography beginners. But that's not all. Following this beginner's lesson, we'll delve deeper into the world of geography with a series of lessons that will complete your Geography in English Masterclass. This includes intermediate geography vocabulary, advanced geography vocabulary, rock types in English, mountain geography, river geography, and finally habitat geography. Our masterclass concludes with an exciting geography quiz to test your newfound knowledge. But first, let's begin with our beginner's guide and build a solid foundation in geography vocabulary. Our first word is river. Repeat after me. River. R-I-V-E-R. River. The Amazon River flows through South America. The Amazon River flows through South America. Our second term is mountain. Repeat after me. Mountain. M-O-U-N-T-A-I-N. Mountain. Mount Fuji is a famous mountain in Japan. Mount Fuji is a famous mountain in Japan. Valley. Repeat after me. Valley. V-A-L-L-E-Y. Valley. The valley was filled with wildflowers. The valley was filled with wildflowers. Our next term is ocean. Ocean. O-C-E-A-N. Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is the largest ocean in the world. The Pacific Ocean is the largest ocean in the world. Let's move on to our next term. Lake. Repeat after me. Lake. L-A-K-E. Lake. Lake Superior is one of the Great Lakes in North America. Lake Superior is one of the Great Lakes in North America. Forest. Repeat after me. Forest. F-O-R-E-S-T. Forest. The Amazon rainforest is the largest forest on Earth. The Amazon rainforest is the largest forest on Earth. Our next term is desert. Repeat after me. Desert. D-E-S-E-R-T. Desert. The Sahara Desert is vast and sandy. The Sahara Desert is vast and sandy. Our eighth term is hill. Hill.
Hill, hill. We hiked up a small hill to see the sunrise. We hiked up a small hill to see the sunrise. Let's move on to island, and here we have a silent S. Island. Repeat after me. Island. I-S-L-A-N-D. Island. Madagascar is a large island in the Indian Ocean. Madagascar is a large island in the Indian Ocean. Sea. Repeat after me. Sea. S-E-A. Sea. The Mediterranean Sea is surrounded by Europe, Asia, and Africa. The Mediterranean Sea is surrounded by Europe, Asia, and Africa. Our 11th term is plain. Repeat after me. Plain. P-L-A-I-N. Plain. The Great Plains in the United States are known for their flat lands. The Great Plains in the United States are known for their flat lands. Let's move on to beach. Repeat after me. Beach. B-E-A-C-H. Beach. We spent the day relaxing on the sandy beach. We spent the day relaxing on the sandy beach. Glacier. Repeat after me. Glacier. G-L-A-C-I-E-R. Glacier. The glaciers in Antarctica are melting rapidly. The glaciers in Antarctica are melting rapidly. Volcano. Repeat after me. Volcano. V-O-L-C-A-N-O. Volcano. Mount Vesuvius is a famous volcano in Italy. Mount Vesuvius is a famous volcano in Italy. Let's move on to canyon. Repeat after me. Canyon. C-A-N-Y-O-N. Canyon. The Grand Canyon is a popular tourist destination. The Grand Canyon is a popular tourist destination. Bay. Bay. B-A-Y. Bay. San Francisco is known for its beautiful bay. San Francisco is known for its beautiful bay. Our next term is coast. Repeat after me. Coast. C-O-A-S-T. Coast. The west coast of the United States has many beaches. The west coast of the United States has many beaches. Cliff. Repeat after me. Cliff.
C-L-I-F-F, cliff. The cliffs of Dover are famous in England. The cliffs of Dover are famous in England. Our penultimate term is delta. Repeat after me. Delta. D-E-L-T-A. Delta. The Nile Delta is a rich agricultural area in Egypt. The Nile Delta is a rich agricultural area in Egypt. And our final term is dune. Repeat after me. Dune. D-U-N-E. Dune. We saw beautiful sand dunes in the desert. We saw beautiful sand dunes in the desert. And that wraps up this segment of our Geography Masterclass. And as you progress through this Masterclass, each subsequent lesson will build upon what you've learned here. In Intermediate Geography, we'll explore more complex terms. Moving on to Advanced Geography vocabulary, this will challenge you even further, diving into intricate aspects of our planet. Our specialised lessons on rock types, mountain geography and river geography will give you a detailed understanding of these specific areas. Habitat geography will broaden your perspective on the environments that various species call home. So it's already time for your next lesson, and next up is Intermediate Geography. Let's jump right in. Our first term is alluvial plain. Repeat after me. Alluvial plain. So what is an alluvial plain? This is an expansive, flat terrain adjacent to rivers or beside rivers which owes its existence to the deposition of sediment carried by that river. Alluvial plains are veritable cradles of fertility, supporting diverse ecosystems and awfully densely populated. Let's check our pronunciation one more time. Alluvial plain. Let's move on to our next term, which is prairie. Prairies are vast expanses of flat or gently rolling grasslands found in North America. These ecosystems foster a rich diversity of plant and animal life, playing a crucial role in the ecological tapestry of the region. Repeat after me. Prairie. Our next term is monsoon. This is a seasonal wind pattern that brings copious rainfall to specific regions during particular times of the year. Monsoons are important in shaping climate and influencing agriculture, notably in South Asia. Monsoon. Let's move on to cirque. These amphitheatre-like hollows carved in mountains or valleys are the handiwork of glacial erosion. Cirques often cradle serene lakes known as tarns, adding an enchanting dimension to mountainous landscapes. Let's check our pronunciation one more time. Cirque. Next up is escarpment. These steep slopes or cliffs, sculpted by erosion or faulting, influence the flow of water and formation of valleys. Escarpments are crucial elements in shaping the topography of various landscapes. Repeat after me. Escarpment. Moving to grasslands, we encounter the term steppe. These treeless plains with semi-arid climates are home to short grasses and diverse ecosystems.
Steppes are significant contributors to global diversity and often utilized for agriculture. Steppe. Navigating to marine wonders, let's explore the Coral Atoll. These ring-shaped coral reefs or islets that encircle a lagoon are the jewel of the tropical oceans. Coral atolls provide a habitat for diverse marine life and contribute to the resilience of coral ecosystems. Repeat after me. Coral atoll. For our 8th term, we have boreal forest. Dominated by coniferous trees and characterized by cold temperatures, the boreal forest spans vast areas in North America, Europe, and Asia. It is a critical biome with unique flora and fauna, and it may also be known as taiga. Repeat after me. Boreal forest. Let's move on to our next term, which is strait. Narrow passages of water connecting larger bodies, straits are vital for maritime navigation and have historical and economic significance. Strait. Turning our attention to tropical grasslands, we explore the savanna. There are a few alternate spellings for the term savanna, but it doesn't really matter which one you choose. These vast plains with scattered trees are characteristic of tropical and subtropical regions. Savannas support a myriad of wildlife and contribute to the planet's biodiversity. Repeat after me. Savanna. Our next term intersects geography and history. The Fertile Crescent. This region, known for its fertile soil, played a pivotal role in the development of agriculture and the rise of ancient civilizations. This region extends from the Persian Gulf to the Nile River Valley. The people of Mesopotamia, now Iraq, may have settled in villages as long as 8,000 years ago in this region. Fertile Crescent. A focal point in talk of climate change is the permafrost. This permanently frozen ground in cold regions impacts landscapes, ecosystems, and climate patterns, making it a cornerstone in the understanding of Earth's dynamic processes. Permafrost. And if you'd like to learn more vocabulary relating to the permafrost, I have an entire English lesson dedicated to the subject. The link for that is on screen and in the video description below. Our next term is pronounced a little bit differently than you might imagine. Butte. Repeat after me. Butte. A butte is a unique landform and is considered an isolated hill with steep sides and a flat top. Buttes dot the landscape of arid and semi-arid regions, standing as geological sentinels. Let's try the word one more time. Butte. Let's move on to the Isthmus of Panama. This vital land bridge connects North and South America, shaping oceanic currents and facilitating the movement of species between continents. In this country of Panama, you'll also find the Panama Canal, which connects the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, helping a lot with shipping times around the world. Repeat after me. Isthmus of Panama. Our intermediate geography exploration concludes with the estuary. These partially enclosed coastal bodies of water where fresh water from rivers meets and mixes with salt water create rich and dynamic ecosystems. Estuaries are crucial habitats supporting diverse marine life. Repeat after me. Estuary. So if you're ready, let's jump right into our lesson. And our first term is continental drift. This term encapsulates the theory that Earth's continents were once a supercontinent and have gradually drifted apart over millions of years due to the movement of tectonic plates. Alfred Wegener's pioneering work laid the foundation for our understanding of this transformative process. Plate tectonics take us deeper into Earth's geological mechanisms. This theory explains the movement of Earth's lithospheric plates, which float on the semi-fluid asthenosphere beneath. The collision, separation and sliding of these plates shape the planet's topography, causing earthquakes, volcanoes and mountain ranges. Next, we navigate the complex terrain of geopolitics. This term unveils the interplay between geographical space, political power, and international relations. Geopolitics examines how geographical factors influence diplomacy, conflicts, and global strategies. Term number 4 leads us to the frozen landscapes of the permafrost. This term refers to permanently frozen ground found in cold regions like Siberia. Permafrost not only shapes the terrain, but also preserves ancient organisms and influences climate change feedback loops. Transitioning to oceanic vistas, we encounter archipelago. An archipelago is a group of islands clustered closely together in a body of water. These formations often result from tectonic or volcanic activity and have significant cultural, ecological, and geological importance. The term isthmus beckons us to narrow land bridges connecting two larger land masses. These geographical features can profoundly impact trade routes, transportation, and cultural exchange. Our journey takes a scenic turn with fjord. These steep-sided narrow inlets are formed by glacial erosion and subsequent sea level rise. Fjords, often surrounded by dramatic landscapes, are found in countries like Norway and New Zealand. Venturing into ecosystems, we encounter the term biome. A biome is a distinct ecological region characterized by specific plant and animal communities, shaped by climate, geography, and evolutionary history. Rainforests, deserts, and tundras are examples of different biomes. Our exploration of ecosystems continues with delta. A delta forms at the mouth of a river where sediment carried by the river is deposited as it enters a standing body of water, creating intricate wetland systems that provide crucial habitats to animals. Let's shift our focus to urban geography, and we delve into gentrification. This term describes the transformation of urban neighborhoods as wealthier residents move in, leading to changes in demographics, housing, and local culture. Our next term is continental shelf. This underwater extension of a continent is relatively shallow and rich in marine resources. It's a prime location for activities such as fishing, oil drilling, and mineral extraction. Our journey takes us underground with karst landscape. This unique terrain is shaped by the dissolution of soluble rocks like limestone and features sinkholes, caves, and underground rivers, creating stunning geological formations. In my homeland of Ireland, we have one of Europe's finest examples of a karst landscape, the Burren, which is located in Connemara. In the arid embrace of deserts, an oasis emerges as a haven of life. Fed by springs or wells, an oasis supports vegetation and human settlement, providing a critical respite in harsh conditions. Concluding our expedition, we ponder latitude. These horizontal imaginary lines circle the Earth and measure the distance north or south of the equator. Latitude greatly influences climate patterns, determining temperature and sunlight intensity. Hey everyone, I have been thinking about doing an English lesson on rocks for a while, and I am very excited to bring it to you today. Our first category of rock is igneous rock. This word is a little tricky for English beginners, so let's try it one more time. Igneous rock. Where do we get this strange word? Igneous comes from ignis, which is the Latin for fire. So this may tell you something very interesting about these types of rocks. Igneous rock is formed by the cooling and solidification of lava or magma. Now you can see that we've highlighted two of these words which will be included in the glossary later in the video. Lava or magma is liquid rock which is superheated. This can also be known as molten rock. Scientists use the term magma for molten rock that is underground and lava for molten rock that breaks through the Earth's surface, like with a volcano. A common type of igneous rock is basalt. Basalt is used in many different ways in construction. Our next igneous rock is granite. Granite is really common in my home country of Ireland. It is commonly used to decorate kitchens and bathrooms, along with a myriad of other different types of buildings. Our next igneous rock is very popular in fiction, obsidian. I have seen this material used in many fantasy books as a special mystical material, but it's the same as every other igneous rock, I'm afraid. No magic here. Our next igneous rock is andesite, and this is used in lots of different construction and sculpture, like the Buddy you can see on screen. Our next igneous stone is commonly used on the foot. It's also kind of a weird name for a rock. Pumice. This stone can be massaged on the skin to remove rough or dry skin. Our final igneous rock is peridotite. Repeat after me. Peridotite. You might never have heard of peridotite, but it is a source of lots of commonly known materials and metals, such as platinum, magnesite, and diamonds. Okay, it's time to move on to a different category of rock. This time we're looking at sedimentary rock. This word is full of syllables and a little bit tricky. Let's try it one more time. Sedimentary rock. So you may be asking yourself, what is sedimentary rock? These are rocks which are formed by layers of mineral and organic material that accumulate and under huge pressure transform into rocks. Now this takes a very, very long time, like millions and millions of years. And all these layers of organic matter, which are dead animals, dead plants, all build up over time. And they transform into rocks. And sometimes we can see the imprint of these animals and plants in the rocks. And these are called fossils. The fossils found in sedimentary rocks are fascinating, and they can show us so much about ancient creatures and plant life. But unfortunately, there is a downside, with some of these rocks becoming fossil fuels. And these fuels, when burnt, are contributing to climate change. A sedimentary rock, which is also a fossil fuel, is coal. But not all sedimentary rocks have such a bad association. Chalk is a very, very common sedimentary rock, which is used in schools around the world and in lots of different industries. And of course, there is the famous pyramids of Giza, which are constructed of the sedimentary rock limestone. And I'm sure you've seen the Grand Canyon in America on lots of TV shows and movies. And it is filled with sandstone, another type of sedimentary rock. If this is your first time with my channel Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. My name is Jer and I'm the one narrating your lesson today. On my channel, Learning English Pro, you will find an amazing range of English vocabulary videos on lots of different and interesting topics. So click the link on screen now to bring you to a selection of those videos and enjoy. Okay, let's get back to our lesson and our third and final category of rock. And it is metamorphic rock. Let's say that one more time. Metamorphic rock. Metamorphic rocks arise from the transformation of existing rock types in a process called metamorphism, which means change in form. The original rock is subjected to heat or pressure, which causes a profound physical or chemical change. Metamorphic rocks have been used in human culture for decoration in building for millennia. Some of the most noteworthy and beautiful works of art have been created with this type of rock. And probably the most beautiful is marble. Repeat after me. Marble. Marble is very expensive, but it does give a beautiful finish to a statue or fireplace. Our next metamorphic rock is quartzite. And this is mainly used in construction in relation to floors, tiles on roofs, that kind of thing. It's a hard, durable stone with a nice colour. Another metamorphic rock which is also used in very much the same way is slate. This has a much darker appearance than quartzite, and is usually almost black or a dark grey. Okay, let's move on to our final metamorphic rock, which is phyllite. And like slate and quartzite, this is used in lots of different types of decoration around the home and garden. I really hope you enjoyed learning all about the different types of rocks, but now it's time to go back over all those highlighted words in our glossary. Okay, it might be a good idea to grab a pen and paper. Our first word is cooling, and this word is a noun, and the definition is the action or process of making or becoming less hot or warm. Our next word is a little tricky to pronounce. Solidification. Repeat after me. Solidification. This noun means the act or process of changing from being liquid or gas to a solid form. Our next word in our glossary is molten. And this adjective describes something that has been liquefied by heat, and this especially applies to rock or glass. Our next word is layer. And this word means a sheet, quantity, or thickness of material, typically one of several, covering a surface or body. Next up, we have mineral, which is a noun and it describes a solid, naturally occurring inorganic substance. And our next word is a verb, accumulate. Accumulate means to gather together or acquire an increasing number or quantity of something. Our next word is pressure, and we're using the noun definition of this word. And this means the continuous physical force exerted on or against an object by something in contact with it. Next up, our word is transformation. And this noun means a change in form, nature, or appearance. Our next glossary word is process. And the noun definition of this word is a series of actions or steps taken to achieve a particular end. Our penultimate word is subject, and this is subject the verb. And as a verb, it means to cause or force something to undergo a particular experience or treatment. And our final word is profound. This adjective describes something which is very great or intense. Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on mountain geography. This is Learning English Pro, and my name is Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. In this lesson, you will learn ways to describe mountain geography in English. This lesson will be about 10 minutes, and I will include lots of sentence examples. And at certain points in the video, we will go pro, where we will use lots of our vocabulary in one big statement. And we'll even be visiting some famous mountains and locations. So if you're ready, sit back, relax, and repeat after me. Our first word is, of course, mountain. Repeat after me. Mountain. You might have also heard the word mount, which means the same thing, but is usually used in the names of mountains. Let's take a look at our first mountain. Do you recognize it? It is Mount Everest. So we call it Mount Everest and not Mountain Everest or Everest Mountain. Mount Everest can be found in Nepal, and its height is 8,848 meters. When we talk about height in relation to mountains and structures, a better word to use academically is elevation. Repeat after me. Elevation. Okay, let's have a look at our first sentence example. Repeat it after me. Mount Everest has an elevation of 8,848 meters. When we talk about elevation, an important word we need to know is summit, which is a synonym of the top or the highest point of a mountain. Repeat the word after me. Summit. The summit of Mount Everest is at an elevation of 8,848 meters. So up next, I have a question for you. What is the collective noun for a group of mountains? Do you know the answer? The answer is mountain range. You could also say range of mountains, but that's not very common. You could also use mountain chain or chain of mountains to describe a mountain range which stretches across a piece of land. Mount Everest is found in the Himalayas, and as you can see, it is a group of mountains and also a chain of mountains, as it stretches across a large part of Asia. Let's take a look at some other famous mountain ranges. This one is the Alps, which is found in Europe. If you'd like to learn more about the Alps and European geography, check out my YouTube channel and my video, World Geography Europe English Vocabulary. The link is on screen now. Okay, let's get back to our mountain ranges, and let's visit North America. On our map, you can see the Rocky Mountains, or as it's better known, the Rockies. We would say that this mountain range stretches from Canada to the USA. The word stretches or to stretch is a regular verb which we use to describe geographical features which span a large geographical area. Let's take a look at some example sentences. The Rockies stretch from North Canada to southern USA. Or we could say, the Rockies stretch across the continent of North America. Okay, we've learned a lot of vocabulary so far, so it's time to go pro. This is the part of the video where we use all the vocabulary we've learned so far in one big statement. Let's go. The biggest mountain range in Europe is the Alps, which stretches across many countries. The highest summit in the Alps is Mount Blanc, which has an elevation of 4,810 meters. Okay, well done. Don't worry, we'll go pro again later in the video. But now it's time to continue learning about describing mountain geography. When it comes to talking about size and mountains, we use a lot of general terms. Big, huge, enormous, immense, and gigantic are all common words to use. A sentence example would be, I saw some huge mountains on my trip to Spain. When it comes to describing smaller mountains, words we can use are little, or terms like not so big, or using a comparative like smaller than. Let's take a look at some sentence examples. The animals graze on the little mountain. The animals graze on the little mountain. The mountain range in my country is much smaller than the Alps. The mountain range in my country is much smaller than the Alps. Well done, you're learning lots of new English geography vocabulary, and don't worry, here's some more right now. And coming up next, I have another question for you. What do you call the side of a mountain? In English, we call it a mountainside. And another term you can use is slope. Mountainside is more general and slope is more specific. Let's take a look at some example sentences. The hotel is located on the mountainside. The hotel is located on the mountainside. The slopes in the mountain range have a lot of snow and are perfect for skiing. When we talk about a mountainside or a slope, what word can we use to better describe the angle relative to the ground level? The word we use is incline. Repeat after me. Incline. Another word we could use is steepness. Let's take a look at the different ways we can describe the incline of a mountainside or slope. This type of incline we would call a gentle incline or a steady incline. Let's take a look at these words in action. The mountain has a gentle incline. Or how about, for our hike, we decided to take the steady slope. Moving on, how would we describe a slope or a mountainside which had a greater angle or incline? We would use the adjective steep and say the mountain has a steep incline. An example in a sentence is, near the summit the mountainside is quite steep. So what would we say when the mountainside is impossible to climb? We could use the word vertical, and you could say it has a vertical drop. Or you could say it is sheer and has a sheer drop. Okay, let's have a look at another example. The mountainside has several sheer drops and is very steep. The mountainside has several sheer drops and is very steep. Well done. Now it's time to take a look at all the amazing new English geography vocabulary that you've learned in this video. And I think it might be time we go pro again and use all these words in one statement. But before we do, let me tell you about my English learning channel, Learning English Pro. I create lots of English vocabulary lessons and grammar lessons for my followers, and I'm always looking for new ideas for new videos. And I'd love to hear from you. Do you have any ideas for videos, like a vocabulary topic or an English grammar rule? I'd also love to hear feedback, or if you have a question, just leave me a comment below and make sure to subscribe today. Okay, it's time to get back to our English vocabulary. And are you ready to go pro for the last time in our video? I'm going to read you my statement about my favourite mountain in my hometown of Dublin. My favourite mountain is the Three Rock Mountain in Dublin. It has a small elevation of 444 metres. It is part of a range of mountains called the Dublin Mountains, which stretches across a large part of the county. My aunt and uncle live on the mountainside. When I was younger, we would go hiking up the steep slopes towards the summit of the mountain. Close by, there is a sheer drop with a beautiful waterfall surrounded by gentle inclines. Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, you will learn geography vocabulary relating to rivers. My name is Jer and I'll be narrating your lesson today. The topics for discussion are river geography, and we'll also look at some vocabulary relating to the stages of a river. So lots of interesting English ahead in our video. So if you're ready, let's begin with our first topic, river geography. Let's begin with a definition of a river. A river is a naturally flowing watercourse. And rivers are usually comprised of fresh water, not salt water. And rivers generally flow towards an ocean, sea, lake, or another river. And most major cities are located on rivers. In fact, rivers are really important to human civilization. Let's take a look at some of the reasons why. The first reason is because a river can be a source of water. And also a food source. Humans consume many products from rivers like fish and plants. Rivers can also be used for transport, and this can include transporting humans or cargo. Another use for rivers is that they can be used as borders between countries or different land areas. And rivers which are used as borders can also be used for defensive reasons. In the video on screen, you can see a defense ship patrolling waterways. Rivers have also been used for centuries by humans for hydropower. Hydropower can be used in the production of food or in factories, and also for electricity. Rivers can also be used as a source of water for bathing, like the famous Ganges River in India. Another use for rivers, which is quite unfortunate, is waste disposal. Human civilizations and industries are continually pumping chemicals and waste products into our rivers. There are lots of other uses for rivers. Can you think of any? Let us know in the comments. I hope you're enjoying this video. This is the first part of our vocabulary series on rivers, so make sure to check out part 2, which will be coming very soon. And if you like our videos, check out our YouTube channel where we have lots of really interesting and cool videos on academic English and lots more. Okay, let's move on to our next topic, which is stages of a river. We're going to look at vocabulary from the beginning of a river to the very end of a river. The first stage we'll look at is the source. Repeat after me. Source. Definition is, the place a river originates from is called the river's source. Our next feature is a waterfall. Repeat after me. Waterfall. A waterfall is defined as a cascade of water falling from a height, formed when a river or stream flows over a precipice or a steep incline. Our next geography word is tributary. Repeat after me. Tributary. Now on the screen you can see an arrow pointing to a smaller river. So a tributary is a river or a stream which flows into a larger river or lake. Our next geography word is rapids. Repeat after me. Rapids. Rapids are a fast-flowing and turbulent part of the course of a river. It's a popular location on a river if you enjoy white water rafting. Our next word is meander. Repeat after me. Meander. A meander is a winding curve or bend of a river. Next up we have a word which is kind of related to a meander, an oxbow lake. Repeat after me. Oxbow lake. And this is a curved lake formed from a bend in the river where the main stream has cut across the narrow end and no longer flows around the loop of the bend. Our next river word is marsh. Repeat after me. Marsh. A marsh is an area of low-lying land which is flooded. Marshes can be found often where a river empties into the sea or along the side of a low, flooded river. Another word for marsh is swamp. This word is more commonly used in America. Our next word is estuary. Repeat after me. Estuary. An estuary is a partially enclosed coastal body of brackish water with one or more rivers or streams flowing into it, and with a free connection to the open sea. Our next word is river delta. Repeat after me, river delta. A river delta is a landform where the mouth of a river flows into an ocean, sea, estuary, lake, or another river. It is formed by sediment carried by the river being deposited in the wider mouth. The flow of water is often slower moving there. Our last term is river mouth. Repeat after me, river mouth. A river mouth is the part of a river where the river enters into another river, a lake, a reservoir, a sea, or an ocean.
Hey everyone, get ready to expand your academic English with this video on habitats in English. In this lesson, I will discuss the different types of habitats that exist on our planet, and on screen you will see lots and lots of English vocabulary. This video is really useful for students studying geography, the environment, or for anyone looking to describe a location or region in English. Make sure to check out the huge word list in the description below and listen closely to my pronunciation. You're very welcome to my channel, Learning English Pro. While you're here, please do me a favor and help me grow my channel. If you like this video, why not share it with a few friends and get together and discuss the new English words you've learned. This will be a great way to practice and to boost your English vocabulary power. Okay, are you ready to begin learning some English? Let's begin with the title of this video, the word habitat, and let's look at some definitions. A simple definition we could use is the natural home or environment of an animal, plant, or other organism. A more advanced definition would be the term habitat summarizes the array of resources, physical and biological factors that are present in an area, such as to support the survival and reproduction of a particular species. Let's move on and take a look at some synonyms of habitat. We could use the terms local environment or local area as a good replacement for the word habitat. Another word is home, but think of this more as in your home city and not your house. And another word we have is territory. And this word imparts the ownership and relationship of the animal to the area. Other synonyms include domain, terrain, surroundings, locality, and natural environment. Now it's time to take a trip around the world and have a look at all the different habitats that exist on our beautiful planet. So first up, we're going to have a look at the habitat which we call desert. Deserts are areas that receive very little rainfall. In hot deserts, daytime temperatures can reach as high as 45 degrees Celsius with an annual rainfall of less than 25 centimeters. Although deserts are mostly considered hot places, some are very cold, like the Gobi Desert in China. Life which we commonly associate with deserts are cacti, camels, snakes, scorpions, and lizards. Okay, it's time to move on to our next habitat. It is similar to deserts as there's not much life going on. Mountains. Tall mountains can be extremely cold. The temperature drops about half a degree Celsius every 100 meters you climb. Life which we commonly associate with mountain habitats are goats, sheep, yaks, snow leopards, and many types of grasses. And if you're looking for some more useful words to describe mountains, you should check out my English lesson on mountain geography. The link for that is on screen right now.
Now it's time to grab your coat because we are going to a habitat we call tundra. It's also known as polar. This habitat can be found in the Arctic, which is in the north, or the Antarctic, which is in the south. Tundra regions, along with mountain terrain, are the coldest habitats on Earth. The lowest temperature ever recorded was in the Antarctic at -88 degrees Celsius. And tundra life includes polar bears, seals, penguins, walrus, and Arctic foxes. Let's move on to our next habitat, and it is grassland. Grasslands have few trees and are areas which are dominated by grass. There are two types of grassland: tropical grassland or savanna, which is found in Africa or Australia. On screen there are links for videos for Africa and Australia covering the geography vocabulary for each of those regions. The other type of grassland is temperate grassland, and this can be found in Midwest USA, Eastern Europe or Russia. These are often called prairies or plains. Now it's time to move on to a really big habitat, aquatic habitats, and these can also be called water habitats. These habitats include rivers, lakes, seas, and oceans. And there are some very interesting ways we can distinguish these environments. Freshwater habitats. These are aquatic environments which have no salty water. And they can generally be found in rivers and streams, lakes and ponds. Let's take a look at some freshwater life. Frogs, lots of fish, ducks, and lots of different types of plants like water lilies. So that's freshwater habitats covered. The other type of water habitat is marine water habitats. And of course, these have salty or saline water. We find marine environments in the seas and oceans, and this habitat is the largest habitat on our planet. It certainly is very beautiful. Let's move on and have a look at marine water life. We have mammals like whales and dolphins, sharks, jellyfish, octopus and plants like seaweed, and of course thousands of species of fish. A really interesting aquatic habitat is an estuary. An estuary is a place where a river meets the sea or ocean. And here, saline water of the sea mixes with fresh water of rivers. Here we find crabs, oysters, worms, and waterfowl. And we can't talk about aquatic habitats without talking about a coral reef. These are rock-like structures made from calcium carbonate by corals. Coral is a hard skeleton left behind by marine polyps that form large structures which provide habitat to a huge and diverse range of aquatic life. If this is your first time visiting my channel, this is Learning English Pro and my name is Jer. I'm narrating your lesson. Thanks for visiting. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with a friend. Moving on, our next habitat is forest habitats. Forests are large areas of the planet which are covered by trees and other plants. Forests cover about 1/3 of our planet. And when it comes to forest habitats, they offer the greatest range of life in terms of plants and animals. So let's take a closer look at different types of forest habitats. And the first one we'll have a look at is tropical rainforest habitats. And these forests generally cover land near the equator. The equator is an imaginary line around the middle of the planet. The temperature of these forests range from 20 to 34 degrees Celsius. And these regions receive heavy rainfall throughout the year, with annual rainfall of more than 200 centimetres. There is lots and lots of life to be found here, like insects, and in some forests you can find primates like gorillas and monkeys. And you can also find some big cats like tigers. Unusual creatures like bats and plenty of plants and birds like the exotic parrot. Let's move north from the equator to our next habitat, which is the temperate forest. Now, where on earth can we find temperate forests? We can find them mainly in the northern hemisphere. They can be found in places like Eastern North America, Northeast Asia, and Western and Central Europe. The temperature of these regions ranges from -30 to 30 degrees Celsius. The annual rainfall is about 150 centimetres. And there is a clear distinction between the summer and winter seasons. Let's take a look at some temperate forest life. We have famous trees like the oak, maple and elm, and big cats like the mountain lion. And here we start to see deer. And we can also see animals like bears, eagles, and beautiful birds like the owl. Let's move on to our final habitat for this video, and we're going to the very north, to what is called the boreal forests. Boreal is another word for northern, and that's because these forests are located at the very north of our planet, in places like Scandinavia, Mongolia, Russia, northern Japan, Canada, and China. In boreal forests, the temperature can dip as low as -50 degrees Celsius and reach as high as 30 degrees Celsius. Let's take a look at some boreal forest life. This includes wolves, lynx cats, along with foxes, and birds like the woodpeckers. And boreal forests are famous for their evergreen trees. In this video, I'll be testing your English vocabulary and knowledge on the subject of geography. Can you answer all 20 questions correctly? All the questions in today's quiz are based on my extensive range of English lessons on the subject of geography. So if you're like me and love some geography knowledge, check out the links on screen and in the description below. So if you're ready, grab a pen and paper and let's get started on our geography quiz. For our first question, I'm going to ask you if you can name this river feature. And your time is up. The correct answer is waterfall. Let's move on to our next question. What word or term best describes this type of landscape? Your time is up. The correct answer is the second option, savanna. Question 3. In English, what do we call a group of mountains? And the correct answer is mountain range. Let's move on to our next question, question 4. What is the name of this type of habitat? This is a tricky one, but your time is up. The correct answer is coral reef. Question 5. In English, what do we call a small, narrow river? The correct answer is stream. And staying with rivers for question 6, in English, what do we call long, winding curves in a river? And the correct answer is meanders. That was tricky, and the questions will continue to get harder. Question 7. What is this river feature called in English? Okay, your time is up. The correct answer is river delta. Let's move on to question 8. Which English word best describes the very top of a mountain? The correct answer is summit. For question 9, let's cover some political geography. Which European country does this flag belong to? Your time is up. The correct answer is Italy. Question 10, and we're halfway through. Which word is a synonym of mountainside? And the correct answer is slope. And for our next question, which is the largest habitat on planet Earth? Your time is up. If you've watched my English lesson on habitats, you will know the correct answer is seas and oceans. Question 12. What is the name of the circle of latitude which divides the Earth into northern and southern hemispheres? And if you chose the third option, equator, you are correct. Question 13. What is meant by a freshwater habitat? Your time is up. The correct answer is no salt. The next question is, which type of rock is made by the cooling and solidification of molten rock or lava? Your time is up. The correct answer is the second option, igneous. Can you believe we're on question 15 already? The question is Australia a continent? Yes or no? This is a really tricky one. The correct answer is yes. Australia is a continent. Question 16. The country of Iceland is an island nation in the North Atlantic Ocean. What important geological feature does the country sit on? Your time is up. The correct answer is the third option, Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Question 17. Which is the highest mountain in Africa? Your time's up. The correct answer is Mount Kilimanjaro. Question 18. In geography, which word best describes the landmass of the country of Italy? If you answered peninsula, you're correct. For our penultimate question, I'm asking, in English, what do we call a small river which flows into a larger river? Your time is up. The correct answer is tributary. Okay, it's time for our final question. Which European country does this flag belong to? And the correct answer is Portugal. And that brings us to the end of our quiz. It's time to add up your score and see how you did. So once you've added up your scores, let's take a look at the results. If you scored from 0 to 7, hard luck, it might be a good idea to go back and review some basic vocabulary. If you scored from 8 to 15, well done, it's time to progress to some more advanced vocabulary. And if you scored from 16 to 20, congratulations, you're top of the class. Why not check out some of my other quizzes? Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, we will be covering world geography, and in our first part, we will be covering geography related to Africa. Let's take a closer look at what we'll be covering in this video. Key geographical locations in Africa. Some interesting facts, with lots of English geography vocabulary, And to give you just a little bit more, we'll be including some English adjectives as well. So lots of English to learn. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit that bell to get an instant notification every time we post a new English lesson on YouTube. Are you ready to begin? This is Africa, a beautiful continent, home to amazing animals and some fantastic geography. The first place we will look at is in the north of the continent. It is a place called the Sahara Desert, and as you can see from the image, it takes up a lot of space. Let's take a closer look at the Sahara Desert. Here you can see lots and lots of sand. The Sahara Desert is mainly comprised of sand, and this sand gathers into big hills. You can see them in the image, and we call these sand dunes. So let's talk a little bit about the Sahara Desert and deserts in general. They are dry or arid places, and there is little wildlife. Deserts can have extreme temperatures, and conditions are generally harsh or difficult for life. The Sahara Desert covers 9.2 million meters square and has a tiny human population. In the desert you might find an oasis, a place where there is water, and water makes the land fertile. And this can attract wildlife and humans. It is interesting to note that 75% of the human population in the Sahara lives at an oasis. Okay, let's move on to our next location, and it's one I'm sure you've heard of. The River Nile. It is a very famous river, and it is considered to be the longest river in the world. The Nile is a massive river and carries lots of water. The Nile is fed by many other rivers in an area called the River Basin, and you can see that on the map on the screen. The Nile is very long. In fact, it's 6,695 kilometers long, and it flows through 11 countries. The Nile also drains into the Mediterranean Sea in Egypt. The Nile has been important to humans for over 5,000 years. Its ancient floodplains would nourish farms every August. However, the Nile no longer floods as the Aswan Dam was built in 1970 to generate electricity, but stopping this natural process. Let's move on to our next location. Mount Kilimanjaro, and this is located in Tanzania. It is famous because it is the highest mountain in Africa. Let's have a look at some vocabulary and some information about Mount Kilimanjaro. The mountain is actually a dormant volcano. This means that the volcano is sleeping, and it last erupted 360,000 years ago. The mountain is 4,900 meters tall, and at the top there is actually glaciers. It is a popular destination for hikers and climbers. Let's move on to a very different geographical location in Africa, the Serengeti, which is also found in Tanzania in the north of the country. This type of habitat is called savanna or grassland, and it has an abundance of grass and very few trees. Would you like to visit the Serengeti? This abundance of grass is a food source for many animals and leads to one of the greatest migrations on the planet, the wildebeest migration. This migration involves 1.7 million wildebeest, 250,000 zebras, and 470,000 gazelles. These animals are herbivores. They eat the grass, but they are also prey for lots of the large mammals who live on the Serengeti. These animals are hunters and carnivores, and include over 3,000 lions, 1,000 leopards, and approximately 8,000 spotted hyenas. It is a fascinating ecosystem and a very beautiful place. Okay, we have time for one more geographical location from Africa. Table Mountain, and this can be found in Cape Town in the country of South Africa. Table Mountain is famous because it is flat-topped. On top of the mountain is a 3-kilometer long plateau, and this flat area gives the mountain its name, like a table. The mountain is comprised of rocks made mostly of sandstone and granite. Table Mountain is a beautiful place, and it is said to have a rich biodiversity. This means that there are lots of different types of plants and animals to be found in the location. The beauty of the area has made it a popular tourist destination, with human activities including hiking, caving, rock climbing, and mountain biking. That brings us to the end of our video. Thank you so much for watching. We really value your support. Hello, you're very welcome to Learning English Pro. In this video, we will discuss world geography relating to Australia. This is the second part in our series, and we plan to bring you lots more geography in the future. In this video, we will discuss key geographical locations in Australia, and lots of English geography vocabulary, as well as English adjectives, and some interesting facts for you. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit that bell to get a notification direct to your inbox every time we post a new English lesson. Are you ready to begin? This is Australia. It is the oldest, flattest, and lowest continent in the world. And it's also an island and a country. It is a fascinating place, and I'm very excited to discuss it with you today. Our first destination is the outback. It covers a vast area and is remote or isolated. This means that it is situated far from the main centres of population. On the coast, you can see it here on the map. The outback is an amazing place, and it has many different types of climatic zones, like the coast and monsoon. It also has tropical zones and semi-arid zones, along with temperate zones, and the famous red centre, which we will cover in detail later in the video. Australia, and the outback in particular, has lots of well-adapted wildlife, including many different species of marsupials, creatures who rear their young in a front pouch. And the outback is one of the largest remaining intact natural areas on Earth. This means that it has mostly been untouched by man. In our last video, we saw the savannas in Africa in the Serengeti, but the savanna in Northern Australia is actually the largest intact savanna region in the world. If you want some more vocabulary on the savanna, why not check out part 1 of this series and learn about the interesting relationship between the animals and the geography of the savannas in Africa. Okay, it's time to move on to our next location in Australia. Coming up, we have the Red Centre, famous for having 10 named deserts, largest of which is the Great Victoria Desert. Australia has lots of deserts. In fact, deserts cover 35% of the continent. And in these deserts, vegetation is limited in both height and density. Located in the Red Centre is the very famous Uluru. Uluru is a sandstone formation, and incredibly is 600 million years old. Uluru is huge, and it is 340 metres high, with a circumference of 9.4 kilometres. Uluru is sometimes referred to as a monolith, but it is actually an inselberg, or an island mountain. Humans have lived in Australia for 40,000 years, and Uluru is a sacred site to the local Aboriginal people. It is also an UNESCO World Heritage Site. And did you know that Uluru appears to change colour at different times of the day and year, especially at dawn and sunset? Uluru is an amazing place, and of course it is a popular tourist attraction. Would you like to visit Uluru someday? Write a comment and let us know. Now it's time to move to a different geographical location. Australia is very famous for its beaches, and this is one of its most famous beaches, Bondi Beach in Sydney. As Australia is a huge island, it is surrounded by oceans. To the west, the Indian Ocean, to the east, the Pacific Ocean, and to the south, the Southern Ocean, or Antarctic Ocean. So it is no surprise that Australia has a prominent beach culture. This is very natural, as over 85% of Australians live near the coast. There is over 10,000 beaches, and amazingly, 25,000 kilometers of coastline. It's no surprise they love to surf. Now it's time to move to our last location, and this one is a little bit further out to sea, the Great Barrier Reef, found off the coast of Queensland in the northeast of the country. This famous aquatic environment is the world's largest coral reef. It is a place filled with colour because of an abundance of species. It has a huge diversity of life, and like Uluru, is a World Heritage Site. Unfortunately, the Great Barrier Reef has several environmental threats, and since 1985 has lost half its coral reefs. These threats include climate change, pollution, invasive species, and overfishing. Saving the barrier reef is a big job because it is 2,300 kilometers long. It contains 2,900 individual reefs and 900 islands. You can help the Great Barrier Reef and the planet, so make sure to recycle and limit your use of single-use plastics. That's the end of our video. Thank you so much for watching. We really value your support. Hello everyone, I hope you're having a great day. In this video, we will be discussing more world geography. This is part 3 in our series on world geography, and we will look at Europe in this video and focus on the key geographical locations you can find there. We'll also include some great English geography vocabulary for you, along with some English adjectives and some interesting facts for you. So lots of learning in our video today. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get an instant notification direct to your inbox every time we post a new cool English lesson. Are you ready to begin? This is Europe. It has been a center of civilization for thousands of years. It has interesting geography like peninsulas, plains, lots of islands, and lots of mountain ranges. So let's dive right in with peninsulas. A peninsula is a landform surrounded by water on the majority of its border, while being connected to the mainland from which it extends. The Italian peninsula is a very good example. It is a strip of land which sticks out from the bulk of mainland Europe. Let's have a look at some notable European peninsulas. This is the Scandinavian peninsula, and it contains the countries Norway and Sweden. Just below Scandinavia is the peninsula called Jutland. In this peninsula, we have a little part of Germany and a big part of Denmark. Okay, let's move down to Southern Europe and look at the Balkan Peninsula. It contains about 11 countries, including Greece, Montenegro, Bulgaria, Albania, and many others. Next up, we have Crimea. This peninsula was recently annexed by the Russian Federation, so at the moment it has some political instability. Let's pass by the Italian peninsula and move over to the west of Europe to the Iberian Peninsula, home to the nations of Spain and Portugal. Those were the major peninsulas in Europe, but there are many more. But let's move on to our next subject, plains, and in particular, the East European Plain. This is also known as the Russian Plain. A plain is defined as a large area of flat land with few trees. Adjectives associated with a plain would be flat and expansive, and we could describe it as something that does not change much in height or elevation. It really is a massive area. It covers an area of over 4 million kilometers square. Most of the Baltic states are located inside the plain, and it is one of the greatest uninterrupted expanses of plain on the Earth's surface. It is also the location of the Volga, Europe's longest river. Well done, you are learning lots of new geography. But don't worry, we still have lots more to come. Europe has lots of islands, and an island is defined as a piece of land surrounded by water. We won't be able to tell you all the islands in Europe because there are so many of them, but let's have a look at the major ones. This is Iceland, found in the northwest of Europe. Iceland can be described as an Arctic desert, with vegetation mostly near coastal areas. The landscape is punctuated by mountains, glaciers, geysers, hot springs, some active volcanoes, and lots of waterfalls. It is an incredible landscape, and in our next video we will visit Iceland and explore this fascinating and dynamic island. But right now, let's get back to more European islands. Moving away from Iceland and heading south, we come to my homeland, Ireland. And I think I will probably do a video on my home country as well in the future for our geography series. Across from Ireland, we have the island of Great Britain. Great Britain is home to the countries Scotland, Wales and England. Some of the most breathtaking geography can be found in the Highlands, which are located in Scotland. Let's move on to our next islands, which are the Faroe Islands, a nation which is found north of Great Britain. To the southeast of the Faroe Islands, we have Zealand, located beside the Jutland Peninsula, also located in the country of Denmark. To the south in Spain, we have the Balearic Islands. Famous tourist destination, also in the Mediterranean, is Sardinia, an Italian island. To the north, we have Corsica, which is a French territory. And south of these two islands, we have the biggest Italian island, Sicily. Let's take a closer look at Sicily. Sicily is famous for its Mount Etna, a very active volcano. In fact, it is Europe's most active volcano. And it is huge, with its base having a circumference of 140 kilometers. And as we mentioned, it is very active. As a consequence of this activity, the volcano fertilizes the soil in the surrounding areas. This enables the humans living close to Mount Etna to produce high-quality produce from vineyards and orchards, producing everything from pistachio nuts to olive oil. There are just a few more islands we need to cover before we move on to our last section. South of Sicily, we have the island nation of Malta. To the east of Malta, we have the island of Crete. This island has a rich history, stretching back thousands of years. To the east of Crete, we have our last major island, Cyprus, located south of mainland Turkey. Okay, let's move back to the mainland of Europe for our final location, a huge mountain range called the Alps. The Alps are the highest and most extensive mountain range in Europe. It is a very large mountain range, and it stretches across 1,200 kilometers and 8 countries. The highest mountain in the Alps is called Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc is also Europe's highest mountain. It has a height of 4,810 meters. That brings us to the end of our geography lesson. Thank you so much for watching. We really value your support. Do you have a friend learning English? Why not share this video with them and tell them about Learning English Pro? Hello, you're very welcome to this English language lesson on vocabulary relating to Icelandic geography. This lesson is brought to you by Learning English Pro, and I'm Jer. I'll be narrating your lesson today. The topics for discussion are Icelandic geography, glacier vocabulary, and glacial erosion. So we have lots of new and very interesting English words for you to learn today. And let's begin with Icelandic geography. Iceland is located in the northwest of Europe. Repeat after me. Iceland. Adjectives commonly used to describe Iceland are beautiful, stunning, unique, and active. Iceland is an island country and is located just south of the Arctic Circle. The population of Iceland is over 360,000, and there are only 3 people per square kilometre. So we would say that Iceland has a low population density. The ratio of people to land area is very low. 20% of the land in Iceland is used for grazing. This means that the land is used to feed livestock or animals. The island of Iceland straddles or sits on the mid-Atlantic ridge. This means that the North American and Eurasian tectonic plates are coming apart and causing a lot of geothermal activity or volcanic activity. Let's have a look at some features of this volcanic landscape. A geyser is a spring characterized by an intermittent discharge of water ejected turbulently and accompanied by steam. A hot spring is a spring produced by the emergence of geothermally heated groundwater that rises from the Earth's crust. And there are approximately 130 volcanoes in Iceland. And of these, there are 30 active volcanoes. All this geothermal and volcanic activity can cause some trouble. In 2010, an eruption by an Icelandic volcano disrupted air travel across Europe for 6 days. And in 1783, the Laki eruption released poisonous gases which caused the deaths of thousands of people across Europe. So what is a glacier? A glacier is a huge mass of ice that moves slowly over land. And they are often called rivers of ice. Glaciers cover 10.2% of the total land area in Iceland. And unfortunately, due to climate change, Iceland's glaciers are now rapidly retreating. The largest glacier in Iceland is the Vatnajökull Glacier. And it is also the largest glacier in Europe. It contains 3 billion tons of water. That's enough to fill 1.7 billion swimming pools. That's a lot of water. The glaciers in Iceland are so big that they even have volcanoes underneath them. Okay, let's have a look at some key words and phrases you might need to describe glaciers. Glaciers are comprised of dense ice, and they are created over centuries. A glacier is constantly moving under its own weight, and this movement causes erosion. So what is erosion? Erosion is the action of surface processes that remove soil, rock, or dissolved material from one location on the Earth's crust and then transports it to another location. Repeat after me. Erosion. So now let's look at a specific type of erosion. Glacial erosion. The erosion that is caused by glaciers. So glaciers create many different types of geographical features, and the first one we'll look at is one I'm sure you have heard of. A valley. And more specifically, a glacial valley is a steep-sided, U-shaped valley formed by the erosional forces of a moving glacier. Our next word is moraine. Repeat after me. Moraine. Moraines are accumulations of dirt and rocks which can range in size from powdery silt to large rocks and boulders. Drumlin. One more time. Drumlin. Drumlins are teardrop-shaped hills of rock, sand and gravel that form under moving glacier ice. They can be up to 2 kilometers long. Our next word is fjord. Repeat after me. Fjord. A fjord is a long, narrow inlet with steep sides or cliffs created by a glacier. Our next word is cirque. Repeat after me. Cirque. A cirque is an amphitheatre-like valley formed by glacial erosion, so it only has 3 sides. Repeat after me. Cirque. And now for our last word. Plucking. Repeat after me. Plucking. Plucking is a process which is responsible for the erosion and transportation of individual pieces of bedrock, so the glacier picks up rocks and moves them somewhere else.